Nothing.
Recording in progress.
Mayor and council, we are live.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the July 13th, 2026 meeting of the Pasadena City Council. We'll start with the call and roll.
Councilmember Cole,
Present.
Councilmember Hampton,
Blessed and honored to be here.
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Councilmember Lyon.
Here.
Councilmember Madison.
Here.
Councilmember Masuda.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rivas.
Here.
Mayor Gordo.
Here.
There's a quorum of the council present.
Mr. Hampton, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
If you could stand, right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Okay, the council did meet in closed session and discussed items. Oh, Mr. City Attorney, why don't you?
Sure.
Go ahead.
During closed session, the city council discussed item A, B, C, and one case for item F. No reportable action for any of those items.
So not D
And no discussion on item D, E,
and G.
and G, and the other case for F.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We do have one ceremonial matter, and I'll ask Coco Panosian to join me at the podium. All right. Okay, so today we are recognizing National Parks and Recreation Month and Parks Make Life Better Month. As we all know, we have a beautiful park system in Pasadena that's taken generations to put together, including most recently adding a park in the Central District. This is a time for us to reflect on the importance of parks, green space throughout the city of Pasadena and in our community. And so I'm happy on behalf of the full city council and the community to proclaim this month National Parks and Recreation Month and Parks Make a Better Life Month.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Pamela Cantero, Superintendent for Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. I am here with my colleagues. I'll let them introduce themselves.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Janine Andrade, the Recreation and Community Services Superintendent. My pleasure to be here this evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jordan Grays. I'm the Superintendent of Robinson Park.
And Coco's here too.
Yes. As the mayor mentioned, July is National Parks and Recreation Month here in our city. Our parks, our trails are more than just community space. They're beautiful areas where our community gets to congregate. They get to spend with their families and connect. Our team has put together an incredible summer lineup to keep Pasadena active, cool, and connected. We want to invite everyone to join us for our upcoming programs, our movies and concerts in the park series. Our recreation centers and pools are in full swing, keeping our youth active with summer camps, sports, and swim lessons. Our specialized senior program ensures that every member of our community has a place to connect and feel welcome. Whether you're cooling off at the pool or enjoying a playground or attending a community event, we encourage everyone to come out and experience our parks. Thank you.
We have a. Yes. Yeah. We have a yard sign or?
Yeah, yeah.
Politicians are used to yard signs.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
remember that. It's on his resume. I was always mad about you too. You sound like you were more than that. I'm on first.
Okay, we have a full agenda, and I apologize that we came into the chambers late. We had a very full closed session agenda and didn't get to all of the items. We do have 19 cards so that we can get through public comment and get to the business of the agenda. The clerk will set the timer for 1 minute.
The first speaker is Jeff Baum, followed by Robert Montanez, Anthony Huerta, Andrew Duran, Ronnie Wynn. If you hear your name, if you could start to line up in the center aisle, that'd be helpful. And go ahead, Mr. Baum.
I'll make this fast. Mayor Gordo, Vice Mayor Rivas, City Council, good evening. My name is Jeff Baum, and this afternoon I filed papers as a candidate to return to the Pasadena City College Board of Trustees. Many of you know me through my previous service at PCC and through our decades of work together at the West Pasadena Residents Association, the Redistricting Commission, the City Hall Restoration Finance Committee, the 710 Alternative Advisory Group, and the Pasadena Community Access Corporation. I'm here tonight because the partnership between the city, is that a minute already?
No, it's 30 seconds.
Okay. The city of Pasadena and PCC matters to everyone. It prepares students for transfer, trains nurses and first responders, helps adults gain new skills, and brings college courses directly to students at our school. The city of Pasadena and PCC have a responsibility to make certain that local residents are not only watching the recovery that take place, they should be trained, hired, and given the opportunity to lead that. Mayor Gordo, PCC President Gomez have recognized that need in their work with employers, labor
Mr.
leaders,
Baum, your time has expired.
and community partners is helping connect career education with the demands of the recovery. I look forward to working with each of you on this and building and expanding this partnership in the months and years ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
Robert Montanez, sorry.
Montanez.
Montanez.
Thank you.
Sorry about
How you guys
that.
doing?
Good. How are you?
Okay, thank you for listening to us today. We'd just like to bring up some of the things that the Public Works and ASME 858 have taken care of over the years. The windstorms in 2005, 2011, COVID 2010, and also the fires in 2025. And we're just here to, today, I asked the City Council and Stan with its workforce, show ASME 858 members' dedication as we ask for a new contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montanez.
Anthony Huerta, followed by Andrew Duran, then Ronnie Wynn, and then Marcus Baisley.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for this opportunity to speak before you. My name's Anthony Huerta, lead senior mechanic, City of Pasadena Public Works Fleet Department. Me and my fellow mechanics are actually here because of the issues that we face as a whole, being Public Works, Fleet, and the city. The ratio of equipment to mechanics is extremely high, about 100 to 1, considering the 14 full-time mechanics that we have. And we're asking you to understand and look into this matter to help us keep the city rolling forward, to help Public Works, Sanitation, Water and Power, Fire, Police Department to keep moving. And that way we can keep our sense of pride in what we do for this whole city and for our department. And just to sum it up real quick, I've got a letter of acknowledgement from the fire department. When Eaton fires hit, Fleet Department stayed on duty for 32 hours to provide logistics.
Mr. Huerta, your time has expired.
And just on that alone, you should take into consideration what we do for this city, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Duran, followed by Ronnie Wynn.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the Pasadena City Council. My name is Andrew Duran, and I'm here tonight on behalf of the dedicated city employees and ASME who keeps Pasadena running every single day. We are the people maintaining your parks, repairing your streets, operating and maintaining the water system, servicing the city's fleet, maintaining public buildings, repairing sewer infrastructure, enforcing code compliance, and supporting public safety. Much of our work happens before the sun comes up, after everyone goes home, or behind the scenes. It may not always be seen, but without us, the city simply does not function. When Pasadena has faced its toughest moments, we have been there. We worked through devastating windstorms. We showed up during the COVID-19 pandemic when the world was uncertain. We answered the call during the Eden fire, protecting critical infrastructure and helping this community recover. We didn't ask whether it was convenient. We showed up because that's what public servants do. Now we're asking the city to show up for us. We are asking for fair wages, competitive benefits, and a contract that reflects the value of the work we perform every day. Right now, Pasadena has become a training ground for other cities. We hire talented, dedicated employees, invest in them, and then watch them leave because they can earn significantly better wages and benefits elsewhere.
Mr. Duran, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duran. Ronnie Wynn, then Marcus Baisley, then Brian Folker, Amanda Elioff, Colin Campbell, and Kelly Brinkman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. Mayor, Ronnie Wynn, I'm Vice President of District 3 for ASME. It happens to be I work here with the city of Pasadena. Gentlemen and ladies, my political director tried to get out in touch with you as soon as I got in office. I did not get one response from none of you guys to meet. We shouldn't be here like this. We should have been meeting with you guys so we can get, and ladies, that we can get this together. Only had one response. Mr. Madison, thank you very much for responding back to Christian on trying to have a meeting with us. But we're just here for fair. ASME is all about being fair. And the offer that you guys have gave us is not fair. We cannot see at 1%. Cost of living is 3%. Everybody behind you here has a family, have something. But 1%, ladies and gentlemen, all we asking for was fair. That we can operate and deal with our family, yes.
Mr. Wynn, your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. AFSCME employees have stepped up time and time again for Pasadena during tumultuous times, from devastating windstorms and COVID-19 to the Eden fire. They have shown up under challenging and dangerous conditions to ensure that essential city services remain available for our residents. These dedicated employees have made significant personal sacrifices. They have watched you, the City Council, receive raises while they struggle to make ends meet. Whenever there's a request for a raise from this council, the money is somehow found. I am here to ask the same of you. Look through the eyes of these hard-working members. Find the money for their raises as well. AFSCME members are the backbone of many city services. Their dedication, professionalism, and loyalty to Pasadena are unquestionable. Yet, they now feel overlooked and undervalued. It is time for the City Council to reciprocate that dedication with a fair and meaningful contract. I urge the City Council to recognize their contributions and provide the support they have earned, a contract that truly respects and reflects the worth of this city. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Brian Folker, followed by Amanda Elioff, then Colin Campbell, then Kelly Brinkman. Brian Folker, then Amanda Elioff, then Colin Campbell, Kelly Brinkman, Jessica Richards, P.A. Brown, Anthony Manusos, Dr. Lena Alsaroff, Mike Polka, Darlene Burnett, Ryan Barrett, Melissa Hoffs, and then Renee Gonzalez.
Sir?
Go ahead, Mr. Folker.
Thank you, Mayor Gordo, city council members, city manager, and staff. My name is Brian Fulcher. I live in South Oak Knoll. I'm here to say something you're probably not used to hearing. Thank you. Thank you for standing up for the tree protection ordinance as it pertains to the recent school board planned to cut every tree they could. We were appalled. Everybody has to follow the TPO, so to speak, and we're glad you're standing up for us and with us. This makes Pasadena a better place to live because we look after our natural resources. Your efforts are recognized and appreciated, certainly now and going forward. And in going forward, we're looking for more dialogue and transparency with the school board. Certainly, they've got other things that would be of a public interest and to maintain their environmental stewardship. I think what we've seen recently was a bit of a test of activism, public comment, and engagement. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Elioff, followed by Colin Campbell.
Good evening, council members. Amanda Elioff. I also live on Oak Knoll, and I'm here to talk about the trees. I also wanted to thank you so much for supporting us in working with the school district to try to save the trees. We live near the administration building where significant trees are tagged to be removed. In fact, one was cut down, another disfigured before the city actually stopped this. So far, so good. We all know our city is distinguished in Southern California for the importance of the trees, and including Pasadena recognizes this through their tree protection ordinance. We know the city benefits from the trees. I'll try to speed this up here. But cutting down the trees is really just foolish. Some of these trees are 100 years old and exceed the height of the buildings by 2 times. It would be heartbreaking if these trees were gone. I really am happy you were recognizing the Parks and Recreation Department. Can you imagine if they decided to cut down the trees?
Ms. Elioff, your time has expired.
All right, but thank you again. There are ways to remediate soil without cutting down the trees. Bye.
So we have Colin Campbell, then Kelly Brinkman, Jessica Richards, P.A. Brown, Anthony Manusos, Dr. Lena Alsaroff, Mike Polka, Darlene Burnett, Ryan Barrett, Melissa Hoffs, and Renee Gonzalez. Those are the remaining cards. Go ahead.
Hello, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I'm from South Pasadena. I'm a resident. I'm a member of the Mars chapter lead, basically for the Mars Society, as well as also I have a veteran-owned small business. So I've been working on putting something together. We have federal funds available due to the Stargate AI initiative. I'm asking you if you're willing to upgrade the power systems here at Glen Arm and put in a portable fusion reactor. So I'm asking for your consent. Can we do this as a federal fund? The funds are secured, and if we could do that, we can run a desalination plant. 1 gallon of ocean water is the equivalent of 600 gallons of gasoline. We use it out of San Diego. We have General Atomics ready to go to bring it here, and we can deploy it here if you want to. The Alpha team is ready to go if you want. Susie Wiles is the point person. Susie Wiles. If you want to, please contact us. We're ready to roll it out. And I'm from South Pasadena, and this would be able to help everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly Brinkman, followed by Jessica Richards.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Kelly Brinkman, and I'm asking for your support on behalf of the current tenants who are trying to purchase their homes along the 710 corridor. Now, many tenants are being asked to purchase the homes largely as is. As these homes continue to be repaired, we ask the City of Pasadena to insist that Caltrans meets the same building health, safety, and property maintenance standards expected of every other property owner. State ownership should not exempt Caltrans from complying with local codes or for protecting the health and safety of the families living in these homes. For many years, substandard repairs, deferred maintenance, and code-related concerns have gone unaddressed. We respectfully ask you to publicly support these tenants, advocate for a fair, transparent sales process, call for meaningful oversight, and insist that Caltrans brings these homes into full compliance with applicable city building health and safety standards before they are sold. Please stand with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Richards, followed by P.A. Brown, Anthony Manusos, Dr. Lena Alsaroff, and then Mike Polka.
Thank you. Thank you for upholding our tree protection ordinance. Our canopy is vital to the character of Pasadena and given the benefits of health benefits of our community. While it should have never come to this, I applaud the city for doing the right thing even when it's hard. harder than it should have been. You have the support of a vigorous community, and I want to encourage you to fully uphold the tree protection ordinance, including maximum penalties for removing or damaging protected trees and requiring protection plans for work being done around protected trees. I urge you to do this not to be petty or retaliatory, but because PUSD has proven again and again that unless they are forced, unless it is made difficult, they will not yield. Frankly, upholding the ordinance is doing them a favor. Enforcing the ordinance forces them to do the right thing. I always start with grace, but after the many weeks in this battle, grace is no longer deserved. The actions are egregious, blatant, and I shudder to think of the example set for the very students they aim to educate. Thank you, council, mayor, and staff for doing the right but hard thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
P.A. Brown, followed by Anthony Manousos, then Dr. Lena Alsaroff.
Thank you, Mayor, Council members. P.A. Brown, District 6. I'm here tonight also as a supporter for Pasadena 100. In April, the council rightly called out the discrepancies between the 20 megawatt solar and also the storage goals identified in the optimized strategic plan and reflected in what was reflected in PW's budget. Thank you all for that. On May 4th, the council approved a motion introduced by Mr. Cole, seconded by Mr. Hampton. Thank you. On electricity, directing staff to allocate $11.25 million in the budget for at least an additional 5 megawatts of municipal solar. Well, you also stated that we'd have a check-in. It's now been 2 months. What are the details? What's the city doing? Where is the funding for this? We really need to know this. I'd urge the council to have the check-in that was promised. Given the hostility of the federal government, it's more important than ever that Pasadena meet our own goals of 100% carbon-free electricity. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Manousos, followed by Dr. Lena Alsaroff.
So I just want to be sure, I want to speak about the police budget?
No, this is matters not on the
Okay,
agenda.
could I be placed on that?
Instead?
Yeah, instead.
Thank you.
I put the wrong number on my card. So
The consent items?
Yeah, he wants it on, yes. to
Yeah.
fine.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Renusis.
Dr. Lena Alsaroff.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm urging the mayor and city council members to expedite the research into establishing a vacancy tax to further subsidize affordable housing and homelessness prevention. The former city council member Rebecca Kaplan from Oakland reported the vacancy tax was passed by the Oakland City Council and approved by voters. It raised $4.7 million in the first year and $6 million subsequent years. We need diverse local sources for funding of affordable housing as federal sources are drying up. Other cities like San Francisco and Berkeley have the vacancy tax as well. Councils around the state are being creative and seeking diverse local funding. To keep people from eviction, we can use the fund to support them to stay in their homes. I hope Pasadena City Council will adopt the motto, no person will go unhoused, eradicating homelessness and being the model for LA City proper. Also, paying its city workers is part and parcel of empowering people to afford housing.
Dr. Alsaroff, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Polka.
Mr. Polka.
Followed by Darlene Burnett, and then Ryan Barrett.
Please step forward if you hear your name.
Honorable Mayor Gordo, council members, and city staff. I am here today to express my serious safety concerns regarding the Pasadena Unified School District's ongoing tree removal activities. Instagram videos show cherry picker equipment operating in the presence of student and adult sit-in protesters, despite a City of Pasadena stop work on this job notice posted at the sites. There is a phrase we hear far too often, that's above my pay grade. While staff and contractors may simply be following directions, everyone involved has a responsibility to prioritize public safety. I respectfully ask that you and your relationships with the school board and community members to convene an immediate meeting between all parties. Please help bring everyone to the table to evaluate and the available options using transparent, fact-checked scientific evidence and work towards a solution that protects both public safety and public trust. Thank you.
Thank you.
Darlene Burnett, followed by Ryan Barrett, then Melissa Hoffs, then Renee Gonzalez, who's participating remotely. Darlene is not here. Ryan Barrett, if you've heard your name, if you come to the center aisle, that'd be helpful. Melissa Hoffs. So Ryan.
Yes, please form a line if you've heard your name.
Hello, Ms. Barrett.
Good evening. Ryan Barrett. Can you hear me? Ryan Barrett speaking on agenda item number 16.
Oh, not now.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This is for matters not on the agenda.
Yeah,
Some of
that's why
these-
I was kind of surprised.
Sorry
Thank
about
I'll see you
that.
guys in a little bit.
Thank you.
Melissa Hoffs, are you for items not on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Hi, good evening. My name is Melissa Hoffs. I'm a speech and language therapist working with young children and their families in their homes through Regional Center. And I've also worked in the schools. I wanted to thank the City Council for working to support the tree protection ordinance. Our kids need more trees, not less, in their lives, and to unnecessarily deprive them of the ones we are fortunate to already have is tragic. That's it.
Thank you.
I think that leaves Renee Gonzalez, who's participating remotely. Mr. Gonzalez, you have 1 minute.
Greetings, City Council. While, can you hear me, guys?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, thank you. So, while the conflict of the trees right now lies under jurisdiction matters for PUSD and City Council, I think most important, the fact is that the soil testing is outdated. It was done 2 rainy seasons ago. We immediately requested an updated soil testing and they have not responded. And so I want to make sure that everybody understands that this work is not justified with the current testing results and that these trees are highly needed to remediate heat waves coming into our town in the summer. And so there's many other ways to do the soil remedy if there's any toxins, but removing trees is not one. And so I urge the City Council to look into Measure I and J language, to look into any accountability.
Mr. Gonzalez, your time has expired.
That can protect the students and the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That completes public comment on matters not on the agenda.
Okay, now we will turn to the consent calendar. And are there public comments for the consent calendar?
There are. We have comments on items 7 and 8, a number of 7s and 8s.
Okay.
So those were it for the.
I'll entertain a sweet motion for the remainder.
And then item 11 also needs to be acted on separately because it was a bifurcated motion.
So we'll hold item 11 as well.
So 7, 8, and 11 are being held.
I'll move the consent calendar minus 7, 8, and 11.
Thank you. Any objections?
Well,
we hold item 9 for a question.
Okay.
7, 8.
Well, why don't you go ahead and ask your question.
I apologize for not having asked this in advance, but the closed street or open street as it's referred to, grant under item 9 contemplates us closing Colorado Boulevard and I believe 1 North-South Street in Old Pasadena. I'm wondering if it is possible to consider under the terms of the grant any other parts of the city in line with our efforts to promote other parts of the city.
Mr. Sikas?
Joaquin Sikas, Director of Transportation for the record. If I believe I heard the question correctly, could we identify other areas for the open street?
Under the grant, are we required to, under the terms of the grant, obviously we applied and we said we would close Colorado Boulevard. And that was at a time when we were going to have, this was going to happen prior to World Cup. World Cup is come and gone. We're going to do this in the fall. And I'm wondering, since one of our top 5 priorities is to promote North Fair Oaks, Lincoln Avenue, and North Lake, whether we could have an open street event that incorporated some of the areas of our city that don't get as much attention to promote the small businesses that are struggling there.
We could look at that for other open street opportunities. This one was specific to that connection between the Memorial Park Station, the businesses in Old Pasadena, and the connection to the Rose Bowl. So it was an open streets and slow streets grant to provide that connection, also tied to the future potential routes coming into the Rose Bowl for the Olympics. So it's kind of a trial of a multimodal plan that we have through another grant to connect that roadway to the Rose Bowl.
Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion?
So we have a motion for everything from
Seven,
Councilmember 8 and 11, and I haven't heard a second.
So is there a motion to move item 11?
Second for Mr. Lyon.
Okay, are there any objections? Seeing none, those matters are approved. And now we'll turn to 7 and 8.
And 11 also has a public comment card, but I'll call that in a second. Sonia Burnt, followed by Humera, then Anthony Manustos, then Yadi. 2 minutes? 2 minutes. So 2 minutes.
Ms. Burnt,
Go
ahead.
Good evening. This MOU is fiscally irresponsible. PPD has had skyrocketing increases in general fund appropriations over the last several years. Where are the compensation studies supporting these steep pay increases? The agenda report simply says the increases are intended to ensure that compensation for the city's police force remains competitive. Why is the community being given nothing to show why, in these tough economic environment for so many of our community, these steep increases are necessary? The interim city manager already warned you of the widening structural budget deficit driven by expenditure growth that outpaces revenue growth. PPD receives over $121 million from the general fund, and your plan is to increase the burden on the general fund by approximately $17.6 million over the term of the contract? I find it dubious that on the very night you are approving this MOU, you are debating various revenue enhancement options and whether those options should benefit the general fund or be dedicated to address specific critical needs in our cities, such as affordable housing and funding our decimated public health department. With this MOU, the bulk of any increased revenue to the general fund will simply benefit PPD to the detriment of critical needs in our city. Significantly, cost savings could be achieved by decreasing the number of PPD officers, and then you wouldn't have the pension problem. Instead of incurring the huge expense of responding to many thousands of calls for service related to unhoused residents, provide housing for them in the first place. Put the critical needs of all of our community members first. Reject the MOU. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Humera is speaking on items 7, 8, and 11 on the consent calendar.
Hi. Before talking about items 7 and 8, I'm going to quote from the staff report for item 16 on the agenda. I'll read really fast. Hopefully you've already read it. Balancing the budget has become increasingly challenging as the city continues to operate in an environment marked by economic uncertainty, persistent inflationary pressures, and concerns about a potential economic slowdown. The city has relied upon one-time revenues and reserves for the past 3 fiscal years. The widening structural deficit, driven by expenditure growth that consistently outpaces revenue growth, underscores the need for proactive fiscal management. Without adjustments to service levels, staffing, or long-time financial strategies, the gap between revenues and expenditures will continue to expand. Back to 7 and 8. Combined, the new MOUs for PPD will add 6.5 million and change for 2027 through 2029, and an even higher additional cost of over $10 million for all future years. That is not proactive fiscal management. Also, none of this includes costs for all new equipment and the ever-increasing amount of surveillance technology that's in the pipeline. Increasing PPD officer pay to the proposed levels will significantly drain general funds, while council is simultaneously, on the very same night, considering new taxes to help balance the budget while losing funding for other important programs, like the speaker before me said. So that's that. On a positive note, it's good to see that staff, this is item 11, it's good to see that the staff is going to save the city some funds by procuring hardware directly from the vendor for dial-a-ride vehicle technology, rather than going through a third party and paying markups that increase the cost, like we see happen for so many other procurements. Looks like the city didn't need to buy its new cybersecurity software from third-party reseller Carasoft after all. Instead,
Ms. Humera, your time is expired.
okay, instead we
Ma'am.
decided to buy from someone
Ma'am, we wanna be fair to
who
everyone.
gives surveillance technology
Ma'am,
to
thank you.
ICE.
Thank you. Anthony Manousos, followed by Yadi.
Mayor Gordo, city council members, I'll be brief since my friends here have already said much of what I wanted to say. I too am deeply concerned that the city is considering a $10 million increase to the police budget when facing serious budget challenges. It is troubling to ask residents to pay higher taxes and then direct most of the new revenue to policing instead of urgent needs such as housing or unhoused neighbors. The city already spends 32% of its general funds on police and less than 1% on the housing department. $121 million for police compared with $2.3 million for housing. In other words, Pasadena spends 48 times more on police than on housing. With due respect for the important work police officers do, I see no justification for increasing the police budget by nearly 10%, especially when AFSCME workers we heard tonight are reportedly being offered a pathetically small 1% pay raise.
Thank you, Mr. Manousos.
Yadi.
The council, PD, and city manager found it okay to establish an entirely new program, the Mounted Enforcement Unit, without advanced public engagement or discussion. Now, through the PPOA salary negotiations in 2024 and again in 2026, the city council behind closed doors baked additional costs of a program that the public has scant information about and never got to weigh in on. The main responsibility, according to PPD's current volunteer mount unit policy, is that it's to provide uniform patrol and observation in Arroyo Seco, recreation areas, and foothills of Pasadena. Why then does the staff report state that the mounted unit can help with crowd control? Then why are we weighing in on police matters in a salary negotiation? Surely using anything, military equipment, other technologies, tools, or animals for crowd control warrants a serious conversation of the legalities, liabilities, and ethics, such as the impacts on the public's right to protest and freedom of speech, and especially since the First Amendment is currently under attack. The proposal states that mount officers will receive $27 per hour, and 2024 it was $22.50. That's a 23% salary increase. Who gets a salary increase, especially in tough budget times? Let's be clear, the city council thinks it's fiscally responsible to expand this budget with horses that are allowed to trample on people during times of budget cuts and challenges. Many cities across America have disbanded their mounted units in recent decades, predominantly due to budget constraints, personnel shortages, and lack of ability to justify costs. Mounted units are eliminated because these programs are quite costly. And what about the animal welfare? Crowd control activities is not humane for horses, neither the people being trampled. As the San Jose resident conveyed this general sentiment, she says, my time is up, so I'll leave it there.
Thank you. That completes public comment on the consent calendar.
Is there a motion?
So for the motion, it should be for 7 and 8 first, and then we'll do item 11 separately.
Okay. On 7 and 8, Mr. Masuda moves. Is there a second? Anyone? Mr. Madison? Are there any objections? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Cole?
Separate and apart from the validity of this measure, I think that good points have been made about transparency. It has been the practice to put these items on the consent calendar, even though they significantly, and by me that I mean all labor memorandums of understanding, not just the ones applying to the police department. And I understand why we handle negotiations in closed session. That makes sense, and it's allowed under the law. Once we've reached agreement, it's really public business. And so more than just brief assurance that this is for competitive reasons, I think that some greater transparency would really be helpful for people to understand why we are recommending a particular memorandum of understanding. I think this really is the public's business, and I think that we should give the public the information that we have.
Yeah, the consent calendar nature of it is, we negotiate. I understand the point, but our process is anybody on the council around the dais is typically is free to call a matter off the consent calendar for discussion.
I'm not objecting it to be on this consent calendar. I'm saying that in the future, the agenda reports should be more substantive so that the public has an opportunity to make their own judgment about the agreements that we're considering entering into.
Okay. I misunderstood your point. And so we'll ask staff to review the reports for thoroughness. Okay. There's a motion and a second.
To the transparency piece that Councilman Cole brought up, is there I guess maybe some sort of statement to understand what inflation is? It's, over the past couple of years, we've had a significant inflation, retaining employees. The number that we're voting on to give an increase in salary to our police officers, and we'll not only just have police officers, but ASME will be here soon, and the rest of our bargaining groups will also be on a consent calendar at some point, is pretty comparable to the market rate at this point. I could see in the past, also thanks. I could see in the past there were times where the raises were not consistent with the general public's raises based on inflation, but our inflation is at all-time highs and has been all-time highs for the past 3 years, and I don't see it going down anytime soon, and to give a 3% or actually 2.75% raise in year one and a 3 1/4, is it 3/4? I'm not looking at it right now. I think it's 3/4 and a 3/4 is pretty comparable to what I give my employees. So I do appreciate the comments from the public, and it does seem like there's a significant increase in the police budget, but there will be an increase in every department's budget as we are negotiating, as we continue to negotiate all the terms for every bargaining unit. So I agree that there should be some sort of statement that goes along with this, and maybe even a bit of I don't even know if it needs to be a full-on discussion, but I do think that the staff report just reports what we did. It doesn't even really report what we discuss in the back, and I guess maybe that's because that's why it's closed session. But I agree with Councilmember Cole that there needs to be a little more transparency around this and to see what the market is and maybe even show what the comparisons are to the actual market. Thank you.
I think the facts are different than discussions. And in other words, you know, having information so the public understands what we are looking at from our perspective is the point. And I think it's a fair point. And, you know, we can, the city manager can talk to staff about that. Because they are challenging times when we're negotiating. We're not just negotiating with our own police officers. We're negotiating with the market. And it's tough because we want to recruit and retain top-notch police officers. And when the market is what it is, we have to take that into account. And those are the facts. And I don't think any member of this council has a problem with highlighting what we face often in closed sessions and the staff faces in negotiations.
Mayor, if I could, I'm all for transparency, and more transparency sounds great. I haven't gotten feedback from my constituents about these negotiations. I would also comment, not only are we negotiating with this group and the two that we just approved or are about to approve, but also with 8 or 10 others in the city at any given time as well. There are a lot of moving parts here. We did talk about this at the budget discussions about where the staffing of our police department is vis-a-vis the population and where it's been over the past decades. And you know, we are a municipal services organization, so it makes sense that most of our expense on the general fund is for personnel costs. I would also say I'm not hearing any of this handful of commentators that are here tonight complaining or quibbling about a particular feature of the agreement or not. And the staff reports run to dozens of pages here. What they're saying is they don't want money spent on policing at all. They wants the money completely diverted to housing, and I respect that viewpoint, although I don't agree with it. Another wants to reduce the size of our police department, and I respect her opinion, but I do not agree with that. The key to any city's success is going to begin with a foundation of clean and safe and promoting commerce and a high quality of life, which we have in Pasadena. So I think the transparency is there, and certainly my cell phone and my email are available to any constituent of the entire city to talk further about this. But I think we're sort of looking for a solution without a problem here.
Yeah. No, no question. You know, when I talk to residents, overwhelmingly, all residents say to me, we want a safe city. We want a well-trained police department and well-staffed equipped and staffed police department. You know, I too, I mean, this is what public session is about, so that everyone, even, you know, a handful of people can express their opinion. But we have a responsibility, certainly I do, to listen to people throughout the city. Mr. Cole.
This is a consent calendar item, so I will try not to belabor this. The fiscal reality is that a police officer costs $400,000 all in for salary, their prorated share of overtime, their benefits, their pension, and the workers' compensation costs. $400,000, and that doesn't include equipment and training. That's $400,000, and I'm not sure that that's sustainable. But that is the market. That is other agencies, in order to fill their ranks, are offering salaries that continue to increase, and we need to keep qualified officers on the job in our city. But as a region and as a state, we have to face up to the fact that $400,000 for a single police officer is a very heavy cost to bear. And Mr. Madison has advocated for additional police officers. And even to have one additional officer 24 hours a day is $1.2 million. So it's we have to come to grips with that. But I'm going to support items 7 and 8 because we do have to continue to retain the high quality of officers that we have and that we want to attract.
Mr. Hampton?
And just to, for anyone who's, and I don't want to, I'm going to belabor it. I'm going to say I don't want to belabor it. I'm going to. To the point that has been made, it is the market. And as you mentioned, it's not typical in the private sector that employees would be getting all in at that number. But I think the point is that we're trying to make is that we want to retain the best employees, not just police officers, but every employee in our whole entire city. We want to retain the best. And there's going to be some tough and challenging times ahead of us. And as mentioned tonight, we will have a discussion about potential tax initiatives to help continue to retain our high level of service that we are able to afford with the help of our residents, able to afford for them to continue to live in Pasadena and how they would like to see their services continue to be provided. So I thank the public commenters for bringing this up because we typically would not have a discussion about this. And I do have to say thank you for being here tonight for that. And I do think that there's more that we can say and more that we could write up in our staff reports, hopefully for the next MOU that will come before us. Thank you.
Particularly as we prepare for the Olympics. I've been here when we didn't strive to keep up, when we fell short of even the 75th percentile in the market. And by the way, it doesn't mean we're at the 75th percentile even now. And so when we fell desperately short, we lost, I think, in the neighborhood of 30-something police officers after one city or two cities announced they were recruiting and paying higher than we were, and officers lateraled over, and suddenly we were faced with the shortage of police officers, spending money on recruitment, and having to open the contract midstream to provide sufficient training so we wouldn't lose other officers. And so, and thank you for the reminder to everyone that, it's not just police officers, it's firefighters, it's all city staff that we want to have the best of. Okay. Motion and second? Okay. Are there any objections? Seeing none? Okay, thank you.
For item 11, there was a bifurcated recommendation from the Finance Committee. Do you want me to?
Yeah, on item 11, it's a 2-point motion. One is accepting funds, and the other is deals with issues that we thought MSC should look at, technology issues and how to employ the dollars. And so the committee recommended bifurcating the two, moving forward with accepting the dollars today and then referring to MSC the second issue.
So the recommendation coming from Finance Committee was to approve the staff recommendations 1 and 2, and recommendations 3, 4, 5, and 6 to be deferred to the City Council meeting on July 20th, and that would be following the discussion of the short-range transit plan, which is agendized for the Municipal Services Committee tomorrow, July 14th, 2026.
Okay.
And so we would need a motion and a second for approving.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Mr. Cole and seconded by Mr. Masuda. In a
Mayor,
close
can I
race.
just inquire, will that jeopardize the timing of the grant funds at all? I mean, are we in danger?
No, we'll be okay with pushing the second half 1 week.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Any objection?
Any objections? Seeing none, matters approved.
And then, Mayor, did you want to act on item 17? This is the adoption of the resolution accepting the certificate of canvass of the election returns.
Yes.
So the proposed action is to accept the official canvass of the Registrar Recorder County Clerk, which acknowledges the reelection of Justin Jones, Jess Rebus, and Jason Lyon to the City Council, representing Council Districts 3, 5, and 7 respectively. So this should have been on the consent calendar just as a action, so.
So unless Mr. Jones, Ms. Rebus, or Mr. Lyon have an objection, is there?
I'll move the item.
Yeah, thank you.
Second.
Okay.
3 J's.
Yeah.
I abstain. No.
If there is a,
Mayor, can we bifurcate the motion?
I have a potentially friendly amendment. I would like to attach our hearty congratulations to the winners.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I was asking if they objected, given, issues that have surfaced since the election that we have to grapple with. But, okay, good. Congratulations to the three of you, and congratulations to the people you represent. I think they made good choices, and I want to thank all the three of you for your work on this council, and thank the constituents of your districts as well.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So there's a motion and a second.
By the way, it's our constituents in our districts.
Mayor, is it possible we could do the call for review next and get that out of the way?
Yeah.
That's where we're headed. Okay. Next, Ms. Rivas.
I just need a vote on that.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Are there any objections to the previous motion? Seeing none, then the matter is approved.
Thank you. So next is item 15,
Next.
which is the call for review, old business.
Next, item 15.
Yes,
Ms.
thank you, Mayor.
Rivas?
Just very briefly by way of introduction. So this is an item that was on our agenda, I think it was 3 weeks ago that we last met. And at that time, I requested that we hold it till this meeting because staff was going to be meeting with residents to more thoroughly discuss the conditions that had been imposed by the hearing officer. And that meeting did take place. From what I hear, it was a very helpful, very productive meeting. And I think what it really helped to do, though, is focus everyone's attention, including staff's attention, on what the remaining issues are to be hopefully addressed through this appeal to BOZA. And again, this is an appeal to BOZA, not to the full council. And so I am going to tonight make the motion to make this appeal or call this up to BOZA. I know there's a number of residents here as well to speak on it. And I don't know if staff has anything to add as well.
Do you want to?
Or maybe start with public comment. I don't know if staff wanted to
Second.
share anything here.
Okay, that's a motion?
That was a
and-
motion.
And a second. Let's turn to public comment.
Brad Tesson, followed by Nathaniel Peterson Moore, Rose Malberg, Armin Gareboglu, Griselda Valenzuela, and Nisha Kututhara. Sorry if I mispronounced anybody's name.
If you've heard your name, please form a line in the center aisle.
Mr. Tesson, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Mayor and council members, myself and many neighbors support Vice Mayor Rebus's call for review on CUP 7100. For context, what started as a restaurant has now added on multiple event spaces. It is a growing private event complex, simultaneously running events with alcohol late at night next to each other, all operating without proper permits and requirements. This permit, the CUP, is only for one of the 4 event spaces, even though they are all connected and operate as a single business, interchangeably and simultaneously. The CUP tries to solve the problems of a single 156-person event, but the complex holds well over 500 combined, with thousands coming through over a weekend. And the scope is growing and affecting the neighborhood, and the facts have not yet been studied by the city and were not presented at the last hearing. There's progressing issues from parking to traffic, alcohol, hours, noise, but critically, there's a growing number of car accidents near the venue, including a DUI and severe injury. The first weekend after the hearing, there was an injury accident on the event corner while 4 events were going on. The scope is just too much for this neighborhood, and the hearing officer was not presented all of the necessary and public information to make decisions. And code enforcement has since opened investigations, done inspections, and issued a notice of violation, all relevant to a new hearing. Please approve the call for review so that this situation can get a full look with all of the right information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nathaniel Peterson Moore.
Yes, hello. So I also am in favor of the call for review. I do not support this CUP, and nobody in my family does. The 4 findings upon which the approval of the CUP was granted have not been demonstrated. The first, that it will comply with all applicable zoning provisions. Well, the use was established without a CUP first being obtained, in direct violation of Pasadena Municipal Code 17.24.030. Secondly, finding number 2, that it would be consistent with the general plan and zoning purposes. The banquet facility is a private facility. It is not a public restaurant. It's not open to the public. It does not help the neighborhood. It only helps the business itself and the owner. The parking finding, as my neighbor just referenced, is based on a study of 61 spaces for 156 guests. That's only for Ellie Banquet Hall, but once you add in Ellie Banquet Hall plus Pinocchio's plus the 2 other private event sites, as my neighbor mentioned, you actually need to accommodate approximately 500 people. And the parking study was a self-study funded by the owner. The next finding, that it will not be detrimental to public health. Well, as my neighbor just referenced, I will repeat, there have been multiple car accidents. One was a demonstrated DUI collision. The more recent car accident was on June 6th, shortly after the CUP was approved by the hearing officer. There have been fire inspection violations, including a blocked exit, and none of this was in the staff report that went before the hearing officer. So how can the hearing officer make accurate findings if he's not presented with accurate information?
Your time has expired.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Rose Malberg, followed by Armin Garabaglu.
Good evening, thank you. So, I've been here before. Basically, the event location is a public nuisance with incredible traffic that comes onto our really narrow streets. That's coupled with the extra parking and with the increased in hours. There's no, the parking enforcement or the signage doesn't actually address that there will be parking. So we've got full-on parking all the time because there's no restriction on it. Anyways, we have trash, we have pre-gaming, which is when you go drink before you actually go into. So people are drinking on our neighborhood streets before they go in because they're not paying their $16 for the valet. There hasn't been enforcement by the city. He's operated without a permit. At the first hearing in December 2023, we were told to take photos and videos, which we did, and it took a huge amount of time to actually upload it to the CSC. Then many were lost, many were not considered. As far as traffic, we keep hearing about parking, but the traffic issue is big on our really narrow streets. We've got chronic illegal parking in front of fire hydrants and driveways. There's no loading or unloading zone that would be necessary for the DJ equipment that comes in. So cars are regularly blocking the number 2 lane going south on Lake Avenue, so causing cars that are driving kind of fast to have to go around it. The finding that the business will operate in accordance with all applicable laws. So far, this has not actually happened, even given a notice of violation. The owner continued to operate as an event location and not as a restaurant. He is not operated in accordance with the city codes for 5 years, actually. So anyways, I would ask that you do review it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Armin Garabaglu, followed by Griselda Valenzuela, then Nisha Kutahara.
Welcome.
Hello, I'm the owner of the space. All these we've been through 3 hearings. We've gone through all the processes. We've talked about all these complaints that we've had, and we've addressed all these complaints. They keep talking about traffic. We've added almost 80 parking spaces. We're spending over $10,000 a month to address traffic. We're including valet, complimentary valet, and we're following by that. The conditions, to take this to an appeal has been redundant. Alex, who was the hearing officer, was very vigilant about going through the details. We have over 50 conditions, and we've started following. This is reducing our effect of putting these conditions. A lot of these conditions require a lot of construction to get it. And by taking this to an appeal, I feel like we're taking a step back. Every single one of these complaints are coming through over 500-600 radius square foot. Every single one of these tenants live over 700 feet of square foot. They're not experiencing the direct effects of any complaints. I sent you guys all a petition and a radius map of all the people who support it. 90%, 99% of the plan, every home behind the location was in support of this location. If this was such a nuisance, how come these people right behind us are not being affected? We're doing a complimentary valet, which does not allow this. Come straight on Lake Avenue, and they leave from Lake Avenue. Yeah, I'm sure you guys are very aware of Alex. Alex works as a code of compliance. He's addressed every single detail. This whole thing about 500 people is absolutely incorrect. We're supplying 3 times the parking spaces required by the city. We're spending over $10,000 in parking costs. We ask you, we are on North Lake, one of the very few restaurants who've survived on North Lake. After the fire, we've been through extreme, after COVID, through the fires, lost 90,000 residents. By continuing this and not allowing us to operate, our CUP is being not progressive, it's not being productive.
Sir,
it's
your
taking
time
a
has
step back.
expired.
Thank you.
Griselda,
I ask you guys to vote.
Thank you.
Griselda
Good
Valenzuela.
afternoon.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm here in favor for the review. The tenants right behind Pinocchio's are not complaining because he owns those apartments. Somebody in his family does. So the city of Pasadena requires permits to chop down trees, have a garage sale, yet Armin has been able to operate his business, Eli's, which was Big Mama's Restaurant, wonderful gumbo, as a restaurant. And since day one, he created a website for over 200 to 300 partygoers to attend. And that particular, Eli's has a liquor license type 54 that specifically prohibits dancing, music, live entertainment, and he's been allowed to operate and was rewarded with a conditional permit June 3rd. And I have plenty of video evidence. Right before this meeting, he approached some of us and he was talking about the neighborhood having speed bumps. Well, I live on Ladera. We have 3 speed bumps. I have lots of footage of people just flying and blowing through those speed bumps. My son, it's a very narrow street. There's 2 cars. There's only 1 car that can go in. My son had an incident right after that conditional. I have footage of the whole thing. One of the party goers was playing chicken with him. Armin has come up here and just said falsehoods, including about a wooden fence. He said it didn't exist, but the posts are there. He should not be rewarded for the gift of gab. I agree with the conditions, but the thing is they're not enforceable, and we really need the studies before we can make a call. So I really ask that we put this community safety over profits.
Thank you.
Nisha Kutahara.
Welcome.
Hello, thank you for your time today. I just want to say that I am a very proud Pasadena resident. I live on East Rio Grande Street near the restaurant, and my friends and family refer to it as Sesame Street because that is the kind of community we've come to develop. And during the fires, Armand opened up the Ellie Banquet Hall for a lot of us to be with our neighbors in that time of grief and obtain resources to figure out what our next steps were. And that was very kind. And to think of all of the businesses that we lost in the area, to have all of these restrictions on someone who's trying to do the right thing. He's trying to promote his business. He's providing a restaurant and a place of gathering. We need to promote more of that in North Lake area specifically. That's why I moved there, because there are a lot of people that want to see it thrive as much as South Lake. And in order to do that, we can't discourage business people. We have to promote business. He's not responsible for the way people drive. That is just a fact. And there's a liquor store. People can buy alcohol many places. That does not mean that he has to be responsible for any sort of driving incidences, unless you can find a direct correlation, which it hasn't been shown or proven yet. So I just ask that everyone use common sense and give him a chance to show that he can do the right thing. So I oppose the appeal.
Thank you. Ms. Rivas?
Yeah, just to wrap up, I mean, I, as the council member for this area, have been very grateful and excited to see how successful the businesses, Pinocchio and Eli and the others in the area have been. And now it's just a matter of figuring out how our residents and neighbors and the businesses can coexist. And I think one more time to work on those conditions with BOZA is worthwhile. And so I've been hearing a lot from the neighbors over many, many months, years now, about the concerns, and hopefully we can really finalize those conditions and tighten them up and make sure they are situating everyone for success moving forward.
Okay. Anyone else? Is there a motion?
There is a motion.
Is there a second?
There is.
Okay.
To call for review to BOZA.
Okay. Are there any objections? Seeing none, then the matter is approved. It'll go to BOZA. There is an issue of refining and ensuring that existing conditions are complied with and that the neighborhood is respected, and that the business has an opportunity to hear that and work with the neighbors and work with the city to ensure that the neighborhood remains a great neighborhood for everyone, businesses and neighbors alike. Okay. With that, we'll move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
To item 16. And for item 16, 5, 10, 15, we have 15 speaker cards just for item 16.
Let's start with the presentation. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Council, community members. We did take this up initially at Finance Committee. The Finance Committee gave some feedback earlier this afternoon, but asked that we go through the full presentation so the council had the benefit of hearing all of it, and hopefully that helps the discussion. But I will skip through a few of these beginning slides, just talking about the challenges of balancing the budget and funding the community's 5 priorities. Sorry, slip there. We have become largely dependent on one-time revenues, and so we need to identify ways to fund things with ongoing revenues moving forward. So the taxes that we focused in on are the options are a transaction and use tax or sales tax measure. There's a 0.25% left under the state allowed maximum, which would generate about $11 million a year. We've also talked about a tax on parking occupancy, similar to a hotel tax as a parking tax. We believe it'd be generated about $5 million a year, and that would be assessed on paid parking spaces. A real property transfer tax is a tax that could be assessed when any real property is sold. you most commonly may have heard of this referred to as like a mansion tax in the city of LA. And I'll explain how we arrived at 26 million in a few slides. A business tax, one of the ideas is modernizing our code to transition to a gross receipts tax, and we believe that could generate upwards of 15 million. And then there are a variety of options for a parcel tax, which we could dive into, which could provide funding for a few different of the city priorities. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the sales tax option. I think that that's something that the council is probably largely familiar with. Quarter cent generates 11 million. A sales tax can be a general tax or a special tax. Measure I is a general tax that generates the current amount that we receive. Parking occupancy would be a new taxing structure for the city of Pasadena. There are a handful of cities in the state or in Southern California that do this. I would certainly say it's not widely used, but it is used, especially in cities that have large parking, especially communities with airports and things like that. Burbank is our closest neighbor that has a parking tax. Many of these parking taxes have been around for a very long time in these organizations, or sorry, in these cities. And it's assessed on whatever the fee is. So if it's a 10% tax and the parking was $10, the fee would be $1. It's a gross receipts tax, pretty straightforward. Can be challenging to manage or audit. I will say less challenging now that probably a lot of entities use automatic payments, but historically a lot of parking was done with cash, and so it could be incredibly hard to audit and manage historically. A parking tax could be a general or a special tax. There's ability to do either one. And there has been a concern in other communities around a parking tax, largely comes from the Chamber of Commerce and business district type communities that share a concern about making it more challenging for their patrons and more expensive for their patrons to park. A real property transfer tax. So the $26 million, there was a brief proposal earlier this year that could have limited the transfer tax at 1.5%. So we took the average value of sales in Pasadena for the last few years, looked at what that would have generated at the 1.5% tax level, and that's how we came up with 26 million. So there's not an exact science. That's how we did it. The city of LA, which I mentioned the transfer tax before, they have a tiered tax, and it's only on properties. They have a tiered structure, and where the mansion, in quotes, mansion tax kicks in is at 5.4 million and above. So properties below that just pay the base rate. One of the important caveats of their tax in the city of LA is, while it's called a mansion tax, the tax is actually applied to all property that's sold. So commercial, industrial, multifamily, single family, it's every kind of property, not just single family residential. This tax would be administered through LA County when a property is sold. As noted here, it could be a special tax, it could be a general tax, and it could be crafted in a variety of ways to be tiered based on value of a property sold. It could be something like the city of LA where up to a certain amount, it's just the base level, and then only above a certain amount. But we haven't done a tremendous amount of research yet on some of what those thresholds could or could not be. And it would largely be driven, I think, by what we were trying to fund with it and what the objective was in the outcome. A business license tax, staff's not recommending that we do this at this time. This is a tax that we really think should be baked out and really work with economic development, the Chamber of Commerce, and the business community to make sure that there are no unintended consequences of this one. We may want to benefit or call out certain industries that we're trying to attract. There may be caps that we want to put on the amount generated. So this one is one of the ones that we really think we would need more time on. And then a parcel tax. A parcel tax, the structure can vary. We have a library parcel tax. Recently, PUSD passed their own parcel tax. Parcel tax can fund operations or capital, which which can be very helpful, especially given the city's priorities and what we're trying to fund, both operation and capital-wise. You can tax it on a variety of ways, on parcel type, on parcel size, on usage. The one that we have looked at the most and we think makes the most sense is based on square footage of development on the property. And we can dive into that a little bit. A parcel tax is unique in that it's only a special tax. There is no option for a general tax. So if we put forward a parcel tax, it would need to be a special tax that would fund one of our specific priorities. And then the other thing which came up at the Finance Committee, which I was asked to bring up here, which is not on our plan, but of course, one of the options that could be before voters in a revenue measure is a general obligation bond similar to what we funded the Central Library renovations. GO bonds are typically used for capital improvements in a number of our priorities, especially around fire stations, fire facility upgrades, roadway improvements are all capital projects. Even potentially the construction or development of a year-round homeless shelter could be a capital project. And so a GO bond is another option that we didn't put in this plan, but could be a measure that went before the council or the community for a capital purpose. Highlighting some of the things that this could fund, the 10-year fire plan that the chief has presented and widely discussed over the last year and a half. That's a combination of operational and capital needs. Operational needs for fire, paramedic service, year-round brush clearance, and then capital projects in terms of the complete renovation or reconstruction of at least 2 fire stations, 33 and 37, the plan for an additional fire station, and then additional rescue ambulance, fire engines, and fire trucks in service, along with the personnel that would be required to staff those. Roadways, most of that is capital, but there probably is some operational in terms of enforcement activity. But most of the pavement condition and pedestrian and bike safety capital improvements would be capital measures. And we talked earlier at Finance Committee that while we've been working hard to identify about $11 million a year, our need is in the $17 to $18 million a year range. So we're still well short of what we need to be spending every year to make a material impact. So the highest revenue potential options, the property transfer tax, the sales tax, and a parcel tax. And then some considerations around the real property transfer tax is that one, it can be volatile to a sense in that it fluctuates based on the commercial market going up and down. And so it's not a given. One of the unique things when we looked at a property tax as well, a lot of comment is made about the mansion tax in the city of LA. Most cities that have a transfer tax, their transfer tax originated as a pre-Prop 13 property transfer tax. So it's been around in most communities for a really long time. And it's not that they haven't modified it since then. Several cities have modified it, increased it since then. But even in those cities, it originated as a pre-Prop 13 tax. And so there is some thought that those cities might be used to it or at least accustomed to that idea. So it wasn't a new tax to them. And then the other comment is that while it's gained a lot of notoriety in the city of LA, mostly, that was put on the ballot as a voter initiative. And so in Pasadena, if we put it on the ballot, it would require a 2/3 vote. In the city of LA, it didn't require a 2/3 vote at the time. It only required a simple majority. And I believe they received about 58, 59%. And so that's something to take into consideration if we put it on as a, and then general tax. If the city were going to put on a general tax earlier, we shared that staff recommendation would be a sales tax because it's the most straightforward. The Finance Committee suggested that if we're going to do a general tax, we should strongly consider a parking tax as well, or instead of a sales tax, and I'll let them comment on that. And then if we're going to do a dedicated tax, staff would recommend that we focus in on the parcel tax. We believe that's the best opportunity to fund what is needed to be funded going forward. And then again, all of these options are still preliminary tonight. While the council could continue this conversation to next Monday, we are seeking direction from the council To highlight, the county deadline for ballot measures is August 7th. The council would need to approve the required resolutions and documents before that August 7th. While we do have two options in front of the council, staff would prefer August 3rd if we're going to do that, just because that would give us more time. And it would give more time for the last recommendation. Staff would ask that an ad hoc committee be formed to help draft ballot language and the other necessary documents. And so that would give us an extra week to work on those things. And so just in closing, it was thought at the Finance Committee that we approach this in a way to keep the conversation sort of focused after we hear probably public comment or answer any immediate questions. And that is, one, getting a sense from the council is, does the council as a whole wish to consider an item for November at all? Because if the answer is no, the rest of the conversation is largely over. And then if the council is interested in putting something on the ballot, would it be one or two items? Because that also came up at Finance Committee. And then lastly we'd focus in on which ones to do some more work on. So hopefully that helps craft the conversation.
Thank you. Mr. Hampton, followed by Mr. Jones.
Yeah, we did have a discussion at the Finance Committee, and thank you so much, Matt, for putting this together, and as well as Karen and your whole team. I am typically, and I said this at Finance, that I am typically not in favor of any taxes. I do think that, over the past couple of years and what we've seen, revenue is getting scarce, and things are becoming more and more expensive. And for us to continue to maintain the services that all of our residents expect without diminishing them, we do have to look at potentially a tax or going to the well, as Councilmember Cole calls it, going to the well, which is the residents. And I know that based on our track record and how we have spent our tax dollars, I would say that we've got a really good track record, and we've done a pretty good job at spending our tax dollars when we do pass measures and bonds. And measures or bonds or taxes. And so, if there were two options on this option on the list of considerations for the November ballot, the one option I think is really important and really low-hanging fruit is the parking tax. I think everybody who's coming into Pasadena, we have lots of people, only 10% of our residents actually work in Pasadena, actually might be a little less than that. The majority of people actually come into Pasadena, and our roads are taking a brutal hit at that as we talk about that regularly at all of our council meetings. And so, taxing them with the parking tax to park their car in the city of Pasadena is, in my opinion, low-hanging fruit. One that it's a little more dicey is a parcel tax. But the way the city manager has framed this parcel tax and being able to mold it in a way that residents all hit the same exact way. So if you own a bigger property, you get a bigger share of the tax. And so, or if you own a commercial property, you get a bigger share of the tax, or a 10-story complex, you get a share of the tax based on your square footage. I think that is a reasonable way to look at it, and I think that that's something that we should put on the ballot for November, as long as we are able to get support from other organizations in our community. And I think that we would be able to get the support for organizations in our community for, number one, fire, especially after the Eden fire. And our fire department was one of the first, actually the first fire department to respond. And so, are we prepared? Yeah, absolutely. Can we be more prepared? Absolutely, because there's only a matter of time before we get a significant earthquake, and our fire departments need major upgrades. Then our roads also need major upgrades, and safety around our residential neighborhoods need help. And as well as our residents that are unhoused on our streets. And so I think that if we frame a parcel tax that says these are the items that we're going to use these dollars on, and we show our residents exactly how we use those dollars, I think that we will have a successful parcel. I mean, look, PUSD just passed a parcel tax, and I don't know if any of the voters are like, man, I'm pretty sure even with what they're doing, from what I've heard from residents, they still want to support our schools, and they also want to support our city. So I think it's a crowded field this November, but we should put something on. We should put those two items, at least from my perspective, we should put those two items on the ballot.
So as to the question, you support putting items on?
Two items.
Mr. Jones, as to the question?
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to Matt and Karen for the work that you've put into this presentation and through our budget process. For the parcel tax, that includes the fire facilities and streets, correct?
That's something for the council to decide. It could be both. It could be one. It comes down to what would the council like to do, and then trying to identify how much to generate on an annual basis, and then for how long. Because that was one of the other things we talked about at Finance Committee was, is there or should there be a sunset on a parcel tax, and what could be the implications of that?
And so the fire facilities is to upgrade or seismically retrofit some of the fire stations, and then to perhaps bring on an additional fire station, right?
From a capital perspective, their long-term plan has a new fire station, the rebuild of 2 fire stations. We still need to solve their training center issue.
Yeah.
And then I know they had at least one more rescue ambulance, one more truck, and one more engine that they would put in service over that 10-year plan as well.
And then for the streets, what is our PCI goal that we're trying to achieve with the money that would be included in the parcel tax? Because right now we're at what, 63, 60, 68? From 50s, right?
Greg was just waiting for that question.
I know. It was
Currently, we're in the high 50s, and
high 50s?
yes,
Oh, I thought, okay.
I would really like to see us get close to 80.
80.
And then the treatments to maintain at 80 are much more cost effective.
So you would try to price the parcel tax to be able to achieve an 80 PCI within what time frame?
2 or 3 years, I'm hoping.
2 or 3 years.
It depends what we do with the parcel tax money, if it's going to fund something upfront or just use the money as it comes in over several years. But I think it could be done in a few years. It also includes
how much per year? To bring it up from high 50s to 80?
Our initial assessment in total was 125 million. But that will also include ADA accessibility and some sidewalk improvements as well.
I see, okay.
And for the streets, one of the things we talked about is if there was an ongoing funding source, then the idea would be that we would potentially issue like 100 million in bonds, and then have ongoing costs, so that Greg and his team could play catch up to get it up within the couple years, and then long term that should reduce the annual maintenance of streets that are in much better condition.
Yeah, I mean, I support our fire department, I support our public works team, and I know the residents that I represent support both of those departments, and they come out to our coffee and teas all the time, and it's one of the frequent emails or communications I get from them. And so I would be supportive of exploring a parcel tax definitely for the fire facilities, but I'd really be interested in including the streets as well into that parcel tax. I guess I'd want to really see the numbers to see what would the plan be to get from high 50 to 80 within 2 to 3 years. It seems to me to be very expensive, but I'm sure you've worked the numbers and you would know how to issue the bond in addition to general fund set aside and gas tax as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Masuda, followed by Mr. Lyon.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also sit on finance, and we had a long discussion on what we should do going forward with finance. And I want to thank the staff for making recommendations for us to think about. I also think that we should support two items that are on this list. My two would be the transaction and use tax and the parcel tax, because we have to we need to help our city funding for these different departments, public safety, like fire and police, and our street repair. So going forward, those are the two areas I think that we should support. Thank you.
Mr. Lyon?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and the staff report was really helpful. I'll wait to weigh in on which ones I think we should do, if any, after we hear from public comment. But I did have a question about the parcel tax. So my sense is that there's real parcel tax fatigue, particularly in the wake of the school district's measure in 2 years ago. So I'm curious, do we have any preliminary sense of where the electorate is on this, and what tolerance we think there is for one or both?
The sense that we have is that getting 2/3 approval for any measure will be a challenge. And so having groups, and I'll use the library as an example for the GEO bond, which also required 2/3 vote. And that one, we weren't sure when we put it on the ballot if there was support or not. But having an active, engaged community that was interested in supporting it and helping push it forward made a huge difference. And I would say that any measure that if the council chooses to put something on the ballot in November, the same would be true, that there needs to be significant community support helping drive that effort. Because one, we can't campaign for an item as city employees using city resources. We've been engaging the community as much as possible. The support for fire has been pretty loud. The support for streets is certainly out there, probably not as much as fire, but definitely not a negative either. And then housing is challenging. There's definitely a desire and a support to do more affordable housing, more homeless services, more sheltering, more transitional housing, more everything. But we haven't looked into that one as much in terms of support.
Okay, that's probably good for now.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon. Mr. Madison.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thanks for the report. I want to hear public comment too. My predisposition, though, is to really be focused on one thing, because I do think it's going to have a high degree of difficulty. And for me, in the wake of the fires last year and the tremendous performance that we deployed as a fire department, that should be the focus of this, in my view. And I do have a dim view of everything except the parcel tax. Ironically, that'll affect my district more than any of the other options, probably my constituents. But sales tax is a regressive tax that affects the least of us more, and that's not fair. I think one article of faith here should be, if these are council and city priorities that we all want to get behind, we all should share in the cost. And so applying a citywide parcel tax does that directly or indirectly. I get that many of our residents are renters, and so the landlords would be paying that parcel tax, not the renters, but the landlords too would benefit from that additional protection. And what I would like to see in it, I guess one question is the new fire station in our capital budget for the rolling 5 years? Is that somewhere we can go and?
The fire chief is in the back, but I believe the answer is no. It's not in the current 5-year,
Okay.
but it is in their 10-year long-term plan.
Okay. So I don't want to sort of discuss it if it's not fully baked, but I think tonight maybe just I would put a pin in that additional station that we'd want to be able to explain why, even though it's not in the capital budget, this is something that is exigent enough to go to our voters and ask them to fund it right now. And I think that's possible. But the other thing is, you know, our fire department, we have a world-class fire department. There's just no question. And we saw that last year, as well as world-class city staff across the board, and police and fire and health. I don't want to omit anybody, but right now we're talking about a potential funding initiative for fire. And they should not be headquartered in an office building where you sort of go past the yogurt shop and don't knock on the CPA's door, go to the next one, and that's where you'll find our fire chief. That's not a world-class fire department's headquarters. And we need a training center, a live fire training center in Pasadena, so that our men and women in the fire department can take the training and be up to date on that, and also be just minutes away should they have to respond to a call for service. We have something of a training center now at Jefferson, but our relationship with the district is wobbly at best, and I'll come back to that in a minute. But so I think those things should be included as well. The fire department headquarters that is city-owned, city-operated, and you know, we're not paying rent, we own it. I think the Rose Bowl would be a perfect place for that. We have explored already, as I think you all know, some funding streams for that as well, but there's no reason we couldn't combine those funding streams with this initiative and a training center and the other things that you've covered. In terms of the handicapping of a parcel tax, I think it is hard to predict, especially if we haven't done the survey work. And that, in response to Mr. Lyons' question, that's what I'm hearing, that we don't have survey work as a city that we've done yet on that. Mr. City Manager, is that?
We don't have anything current, no.
Yeah. But you know, the way I look at it, we've already approved a parcel tax that includes public safety initiatives, and that's Measure I and J. And right now we're paying the school district, this year, some $12 million under discretionary funding that we're not obligated in any way, shape, or form to do. So some of that money could also help provide the funding for these initiatives if we made those policy choices. I'm not sort of throwing down on that right now, but it's just something to think about if we're concerned about whether the capacity is there for the parcel tax. You know, we already know it was with that initiative, and it did include public safety, and our funding of the district is completely discretionary on the part of this council. So I'd be prepared to support that. I think to the extent we get into roadways or police, and I love all those causes, public health, you know, that's called flooding. Now we're putting way too much into it, and it's going to fail of its own weight. We need to be really laser-like and focused on what our best proposal is and what our most acute need is. And plainly, it's in the area of fire. My residents constantly worry about fire based on what occurred last year. And of course, the primary function, if you do ride-alongs with the fire department, is medical calls for service, which all of our community has an acute need for also. So that should be our target, and we shouldn't deviate from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. Anyone else?
Let's hear public comment.
Okay, public comment?
Una Lee Jost,
followed by Sonia Burnt, then Bert Newton, then Humera, then P.A. Brown. We have 15 speakers. Do you want me to just call them out right now? Anthony Manousos, Ryan Barrett, Christian Miller, Rafi Bajachian, Yadi, Adam Bray Ali, Jill Shook, Donna Sider, Trenton Skoglin, and then Dr. Lena Al-Saraf, although Dr. Lena Al-Saraf will move you before the virtual people because you're here. So you'll be after Adam Bray Ali. Go ahead, Sonia.
How long?
2 minutes.
Okay. For many, many years, our unsheltered, all of our unhoused have received no meaningful funding from the city's general fund. We are far behind in the benchmarks of our 5-year homelessness plan. I'm also very concerned about the lack of affordable housing in our city. For these reasons, I urge you to place a property transfer tax on the ballot for this November, dedicated to funding affordable housing and funding shelter and supportive housing for our unhoused residents. The city needs a stable source of funding for both of these critical needs. Sleeping on our unsafe streets is a public safety issue. Our public health department is a public safety issue, and yet these needs go unfunded mostly from the general fund. Several of you have encouraged public engagement at city council meetings. We show up to do that. We all have lives, just like you do, outside these chambers. If you wish to mention our comments after we sit down, the least you can do is accurately quote us and accurately state our position. Councilmember Madison misrepresented what we said on agenda item number 7. No one ever said we don't want to adequately fund our police department. We need smarter policing, which will decrease PPD general fund appropriations by decreasing the number of police officers. And just as an example, the first 6 months of fiscal year 2025, over 4,100 calls for service regarding our unhoused residents. The vast majority showed no further action was needed. These calls for service may simply need trained civilians. Why do we not talk about that, ever? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burnt.
Bert Newton, followed by Humera, followed by P.A. Brown.
Welcome.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council. I think we do need to put some taxes on the ballot, but the housing element says that the transfer tax will be explored to fund affordable housing. We are more than halfway through the housing element cycle, and that hasn't been done yet. And if we don't get it on the ballot this time, I think we have to wait another 2 years. I urge you to put the transfer tax on the ballot to fund affordable housing and homelessness prevention. By increasing affordable housing, we increase the tax base, which helps the city's overall financial picture. And it will need to be passed by 2/3, but that was the case with a parcel tax. And the voters did that with Measure EE, the parcel tax for the school district that's been referred to several times. In terms of the transfer tax, it can be structured so it only affects a minority of homeowners who are able to afford to pay this tax. So Measure EE covered a lot more. 10 cities in California have this sort of mansion tax. Santa Monica, population 93,000, considerably smaller than Pasadena. They have it, and they raise $26 to $30 million per year annually. And theirs really kicks in at $8 million. We can go much lower than that, I think $2 or $3 million. Richmond, California, 115,000. They raise $8 to $13 million a year. There are, and then I think Culver City, and there are other cities we can look at. But the graduated, if we do it graduated, then I think it'll be more likely to pass. If the voters passed something that affects every homeowner, I think they could pass one that affects just the high-end, ultra-luxury properties. Thanks.
Thank you. Humera, followed by P.A. Brown, and then Anthony Manousos, and then Ryan Barrett, Christian Miller.
Welcome.
Hi. I appreciate that we're having this discussion. I wish it was a little bit earlier in the cycle, but I understand some of the reasons why it didn't come up earlier. I'm disappointed, honestly, that so far I haven't heard much serious consideration of the property transfer tax. One of the big advantages of that is that it would only affect a small subset of residents, and it's going to be residents who can well afford to pay those extra taxes. It's been used effectively in other cities, and council would have the opportunity to craft it in a way that might not have some of the issues that potentially had with other ones. I don't see there being serious opposition to a property transfer tax that only affects, for example, go with 2.5 times the median sales price or home value in Pasadena. It's currently 1.2 million. So make it kick in at, say, $3 million. The average person is going to support a transfer tax, and it's also, I believe, shows the second highest potential value of everything on the chart. But we definitely need for the funds for housing and also for a properly funded fire department. I appreciate the calls for more transparency from some council members. Just please remember that the only info that the public generally has is what is in these staff reports. So please continue to start including more data or info that substantiates claims or recommendations. The public really needs to see that. And I also want to say that I do not appreciate it when a council member mischaracterizes what people said and makes dismissive comments about community members who spend their evenings at these meetings trying to make the city an even better place for everyone. Thank you.
P.A. Brown, followed by Anthony Manousos, then Ryan Barrett.
Thank you, P.A. Brown, District 6. Couple points. First of all, please no more sales taxes. We just had Measure ER, which we supported, but sales taxes are regressive. Yes to a well-designed property transfer tax dedicated to affordable housing and homelessness. You just heard some good reasons for it. I think a well-designed parcel tax dedicated to fire prevention would also be beneficial. I would note that the city's housing element already commits Pasadena to considering a transfer tax, and the staff's very good report about how much it would generate, I think, provide some food for thought. You've also heard about why it is a progressive tax, and our taxes should be progressive. We're a progressive city. I would also just note that, as I stated in the general comments earlier tonight, we do need a plan for how PWP is going to fund the city's municipal solar and storage benchmarks. And thank you again for the council members back in May who dedicated a lot of questions to that. Also, I made a pitch for safety on the streets, red light cameras and speed cameras. That's also a potential revenue source. Finally, I think a parking occupancy tax would be useful. And then last, Councilmember Lyon made a very strong pitch to look seriously at savings, looking at sacred cows, maybe not sacred turkeys. But for example, we do need to look at how we can consolidate city space. And I think it's time to seriously consider the naming rights for the Rose Bowl. Thank you.
Anthony Manousos, followed by Ryan Barrett, and I'm actually going to call Dr. Lena Al-Sarraf. I don't know why her card is going to the end, so after Ryan Barrett is Dr. Lena Al-Sarraf. Go ahead.
Yes, Mayor Gordo and council members, I agree with my friends who've just spoken, and it occurred to me that if we were to have a parking tax, maybe some of that money should go to the safe parking program. I would support taxes if they were used for affordable housing and for our homeless neighbors. When Culver City faced a fiscal crisis 5 years ago, it adopted a real estate transfer tax with proceeds going to the general fund and a portion dedicated to affordable housing. I encourage Pasadena staff to study this successful model. Culver City's transfer tax generated $17 million in its first year, and continues to provide millions in annual revenue. Since Culver City's population is only around 40,000, Pasadena could potentially generate much, much more. As a person of faith, I urge the council to dedicate a significant portion of any new revenue for affordable housing and a year-round shelter. Funding should support ongoing case management, housing navigation services, which have proven effective through programs like Trinity Lutheran Safe Parking and All Saints Safe Haven. These programs have led to dozens of people becoming permanently housed. I also encourage investing in incentives for permanent supportive housing so more people can move from homelessness into stable, permanent homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ryan Barrett, followed by Dr. Lena Alsaroff, then Christian Miller.
I'm back.
Ms. Barrett, welcome back.
So good evening. Ryan Barrett, representing the Pasadena Foothills Association of Realtors, and I'm also a Pasadena homeowner. I understand the city faces real fiscal challenges and that maintaining essential services requires stable funding. However, I urge the council to consider the cumulative impact these proposals will have on the people who already call Pasadena home. Over the past several years, Pasadena residents have supported multiple local tax measures, including parcel taxes, sales taxes, and countywide assessments. At the same time, homeowners have experienced dramatic increases in insurance premiums, utility costs, maintenance expenses, and the overall cost of living. This report proposes adding another layer of taxation through a parcel tax, which also considering increases for the sales tax, a real property transfer tax, the parking tax, the business taxes, and additional fees increases. Viewed individually, each proposal may seem reasonable. However, viewed together, they represent a significant and permanent increase in the cost of home ownership. For a modest 1,200 square foot home, the proposed parcel tax alone could add approximately $288 per year on top of what you guys have just done in the last year. That's a lot. With the automatic inflation adjustments, that would increase the tax over time without additional voter approval. For many families and seniors on fixed incomes, these costs actually matter. Equally concerning is that the report focuses almost entirely on new revenue without providing little discussion of expenditure reductions, operational efficiencies, or measurable reforms. We deserve to know what the spending reductions have been implemented, what measurable results have prior tax measures achieved, why are additional permanent taxes necessary before fully evaluating alternatives, how much will the average homeowner pay when all of these proposed taxes are considered together? Think about these things, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Lena Alsaroff.
Doctor, welcome.
Good evening. I strongly support putting a transfer tax on the ballot as an additional source of revenue for our city designated for affordable housing as proposed in the housing element submitted to the state of California. The average Pasadena residents, including seniors and those victims of the Eaton fires, are facing high rent costs. Rent control is helpful but still expensive, not to mention the exorbitant price to own a home here. More than 58% of Pasadena residents are renters and are not able to afford their own homes. Transfer taxes will only affect owners of luxury housing, not the average homeowner, and thus does not burden the average homeowner or renter. It has been implemented in quite a few cities across Northern and Southern California. We need local sources of funding for affordable housing as federal sources are drying up. Councils around the state have already implemented the taxes. Pasadena definitely has made strides in reducing its homeless population, but much remains to be done. You may consider two items on the ballot, one for housing, affordable housing, and another for the general fund. And just a note in addendum, there were more than a handful of people here, city workers, asking for fair and comparable wages. And hopefully you'll address this and put it on the agenda as well.
Thank you. Christian Miller, followed by Rafi Bachachian, and then Yadi, then Adam Bray Ali, then Daniel Powell. And then online is Jill Shook, Donna Sider, and Trenton Skoglin. Go ahead.
Mayor, council, staff, thank you all for being here. I appreciate the time.
My name is Christian Miller. I'm the president of the Pasadena Fire Management Association. I've had the pleasure and honor to work for the city for 21 years. I'm also a resident. I was born and raised in the city, and I've lived here my entire adult life. I'm very concerned about the infrastructure of the fire department moving forward. We have an incredibly progressive chief, someone that's provided a ton of leadership for our department and has really created a pathway for a sustainable future. That sustainable future is the rebuild of Station 33 and 37, and then identifying a ninth station along with the staff and the apparatus to fund that. We have a standards of coverage that provides the data that requires all that. I stand here with my brother Rafi Pachachian, who's the leadership of the 809, and we're united in this decision. We really hope that we can put this on the ballot and move forward with it, and I do thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Rafi.
Mr. Pachachian.
Good evening, Rafi Bachachian, Pasadena firefighters. I want to thank you very much for your time, and I also want to thank the residents, as always, for all the support that they give us every day when we're out there doing what we love to do. I want to echo the sentiments that Christian Miller just touched on. Chief Augustine, like I said, has had great leadership and vision for this department and what is actually needed for the department. The 10-year plan and the capital improvement plan is just to keep the department sustainable. Our call volume every year is increasing. We've actually had, we have one less fire station than we did in 1960 and 70. We went from 9 to 8, and our call volume is increasing. The other things that we need to really focus on and address is obviously a training center as well. When we do train, we've been using the Jefferson Training Center. We've been very flexible in how we conduct our training and making sure that we keep everyone up to that standard and a world-class fire department. The other thing is that we're not unique in these challenges. Our neighboring cities, such as LA County, was able to pass a parcel tax Measure E to do the same exact thing, to make sure that we have adequate staffing, infrastructure, equipment, and apparatus that is needed. I just want to make sure that we don't lose the focus on that and how important it is, especially with Station 33 and 37, the state they're in. Would hate to see if we did have an earthquake or any kind of catastrophe, the firefighters that live there, the apparatus, the equipment, and everything could be at a loss. So I'm here to let you know that I'm in support of the Chief's capital improvement plan. I'm here standing side by side with Pasadena Fire Management Association, and hope we can get this on the ballot to be able to keep the fire department sustainable and keep the residents safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Yadi, followed by Adam Bray Ali, then Daniel Powell, and then Jill Shook, Donna Sider, and Trends.
Welcome back.
I support the proposed real property transfer tax to help more fund affordable housing. I just have a question. Where did the survey go? Because you guys talked about it in the spring and it was supposed to come back. Philip Leclerc said it was going to happen. It was going to be done. I got the survey, so I don't understand why they're saying you have no survey. I asked that whatever is placed on the ballot have a solely dedicated funding allocation for the fire department infrastructure and operational needs. In 2018, Pasadena voters approved a sales tax measure, Measure I, to fund city services. The ballot measure said it was to maintain essential Pasadena services such as fire, paramedics, emergency service, keep fire stations open, address homelessness. Yet here we are, almost a decade later, still quibbling about funding longtime fire department unmet needs. And this is a year after having the worst natural disaster the city's ever faced. You leveraged our emotions to support fire for Measure I, but we've had no transparency on where the Measure I funds went to exactly. Please don't do that to us again. I hope that the discussion about vacancy taxes would be further along, because I don't want a repeat of what happened at St. Luke's. I don't need to bring up the police department again, but they have way more opportunity for fundings like the WASI grants and asset forfeiture, which are not available to the fire department. It's time that we step up our allocation of grants and other funding to align with the large-scale devastating risk we face, like earthquake and fires. And then I just want to close with saying that, I would like us to look at diversifying our sources of funding, like TOT wasn't. It sounds like that's not really up for discussion, but I would like us for us to have a conversation like San Francisco that allocates some TOT funding for the arts. Like, when are we ever going to get there?
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Adam Braille. I'm a realtor here in Pasadena. I've been a member of PFAR for about 17 years, and I want to specifically talk about the proposal to do essentially the son of Measure ULA in Los Angeles, the mansion tax, so-called. The general situation is that we now have multiple years of pretty straightforward economic study, and there's a pretty well-researched and recently published RAND study that talked about the specific outcomes that happen in Los Angeles, and most importantly, the unintended outcomes. There was revenue raised, approximately $1.2 billion, most of it dedicated to things that are outside of what most people would call affordable housing, but instead being paid off to a series of service providers and systems and things that seem to also be now trying to propose the similar type of laws in neighboring cities like Pasadena. At the same time, the $1.2 billion raised was offset by almost $500 million of lost revenues, tens of thousands of unbuilt construction properties. The reality is that when you implement a gross receipts tax on homeowners, property owners, or even business owners, it impacts even if they don't make a profit on the sale. All of us at this room, at least in front of me, remember what happened in 2008 and 9 and 10 and 11 and 12 and 13 and 14 when there was a sustained and long-term real estate downturn. And at that time, if a gross receipts tax was implemented on property sales, that's not just profit that's being taxed, that's actual dollars that come out of the people that are selling those properties. These types of taxes have not proven to be sustainable and impactful in the way that are being promised by many of the proponents. It's a simple economic discussion, and this body can very easily find that. It's local, it's right next door. The conversation about sustained opposition and special interest groups, it actually feels kind of hurtful, and I think others have talked about that as well. We're all neighbors here, and saying that somebody opposes a tax only because they have a special interest, that's not quite right. Your body is responsible for taxing everybody for all of the systems, and it feels like right now you're piecemealing out and saying, oh, this is designated
Sir,
for this,
your time
this,
has
and that.
expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel Powell.
Good evening. I have a unique perspective, only having been a property owner for just a little over 2 years here in Pasadena. I call it the gateway to Old Pasadena. It's one commercial building. Today I paid $315 in property tax. Yesterday I did $315. Tomorrow I will $315. It's $115,000 a year. I'm a small time guy. I want to put flesh on the bone for the council people that when you're talking about tax, you're talking about real money, and I'm trying to do the right thing. I installed 2 pieces of expensive art on the building to help the community. I opened an art museum in the building, and I want to be a valuable community partner with this city, but sometimes I'm coming up here going, gosh, I'm kind of complaining that it's the most expensive. We have a special assessment district in council members, Madison's district, to empty trash and clean the streets and make sure that the homeless don't urinate on our property, that type of thing. So there's some real world deals. I saw the call, there's this tax and that tax and this tax and lots of alternatives for taxes. A penny saved is a penny earned. I didn't really understand that at the first 30 or 40 years of my life. I understand it now. If we can really work on being more efficient, saving money, and not just always drilling down on additional taxes, it has a real world effect. And then lastly, if we were to do a tax, I would like to see it mostly to people that are visitors, like a transient occupancy tax, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just say one thing?
Sir,
the people that come up here and go from 3 minutes to 2 minutes.
We want to be fair to everyone.
I know. I'm just making a comment about the time.
Sir, I understand, but
people that come down here, they're spending their time, and it would be nice to hear, because I think each person might represent 1,000 people.
Thank you.
That aren't
Thank
here.
you, sir. Normally, what we do is say, if you want to take 2 minutes, and I failed to do that, and I apologize. If you want 2 minutes, you can take it now or wait till the public comment at the end of the meeting to take 3. That's for general public comment. For this matter, we afforded 2 minutes. Yeah.
Jill Shook, followed by Donna Sider. They're participating virtually. Jill?
Yes, good evening.
Hi.
Thank you for having this discussion. Shortly after Bill Wong began working for the city back in 2009, there was a requirement that we had several workshops a year for the public. And one of those early workshops focused on local funding, dedicated funding sources for affordable housing. We discussed transfer tax, linkage fees, and more. Bill was a strong proponent of the transfer tax, as we are as an organization. I know that you're saying, is the public supportive of one of these taxes? And we definitely are. We met early on with ULA as they were planning the transfer tax. We've followed their research. There is research that's showing conflicting reports in terms of how it could possibly stop development versus rather reports showing that that's just not the case at all, depending on how far the rolling tax is in the back when it kicks in. But all this needs to be researched by the city. The numbers have already been mentioned about the success of some of these transfer taxes. It's very low here in Pasadena. I think it's only $1.98 per square foot. I think it could be increased up to $18. So, and it makes sense. It makes sense to have, like ULA did, to have 70% of their money to go toward affordable housing. Several of our past police chiefs have made it clear that affordable housing is one of the best deterrents for crime. But we can't build the housing and provide the services without needed funding, especially considering federal tax cuts. A local dedicated funding source is essential, and we see that increasing our transfer tax is the best tool for funding going forth. If this is put out into
Jill,
the
your time has expired.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Donna Sider. You need to unmute, Ms. Sider.
Thank you.
Okay.
So,
go ahead.
look, I'm a senior, lived in the city since college, right? So we have to do this differently. The previous speaker talked about Measure I taxes and what happened. How were those used for our fire department where they were to be used? Look, we know what you're doing with the police budget. 10 million the last 2 years and 78.6 million. This is so unsustainable. Oh, I'm sorry, it was 78.6. Now it's 131.9 million. So all of these raises, and you're asking we, the fixed income seniors and people who need affordability, you're ignoring, stop rubber stamping and do some actual belt tightening. Look at priorities like Councilmember Cole has been urging you, Council, to do. This is your role as representatives of the people in this city. So again, please, transfer tax has been proven. Jill mentioned 2009. Let's please get going forward with that. And do not keep deferring and taxing the public more and more and more and more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe Trenton Skoglund is not online. Correct. Okay, that completes public comment.
Okay. Mr. Cole, you're in the queue.
So at Finance Committee, I had suggested that we begin with the question of whether to put a measure on the ballot. And I'm going to start this discussion from my standpoint with all the reasons why we shouldn't. That doesn't mean that we won't. But this is a very steep climb. And let me start by saying, we are 3 weeks from having to finalize the language of an element. And so anything that is not completely straightforward would require significant debate just to frame how we're going to administer a particular tax. For example, the transfer tax. Is it a flat tax? What's the rate? Is it a graduated tax? What's the rate of the graduation? Are there exemptions? I mean, that in and of itself is a complex set of questions. Some of the other taxes are more straightforward, but even a parcel tax, we have to set, is it 17 cents a square foot? Is it 24 cents a square foot? Are we going to do it as we did with library on a square foot, or is there some other basis? There will be unintended issues that will come up. People will come up here. We had 19 speakers today for something that nobody heard about until Thursday. And so we have not had the opportunity to fully vet any of these proposals, and we have not had the opportunity, as a number of the speakers have emphasized, to vet the alternatives of economizing, of making cuts and reprioritizing our existing spending. We are less than 3 months from when people start casting ballots. And part of those 3 months are the dog days of summer. And we will be competing for people's attention with 14 state ballot measures, some of whom may have as much as $100 million spent on them because of the controversies that surround them. So hundreds of millions of dollars are going to be spent to capture the attention of voters that are sick up to here of hearing from politicians and hearing about tax increases. And among those 14 ballot measures are $44 billion worth of state bond measures on housing and other things. So the voters will be hearing all of the arguments pro and con that $44 billion. We're also in the midst of what everyone across the board from the right to the left acknowledges is a time of tremendous strain on affordability. And today, it became clear that we're back at war with Iran. And that means higher gas prices, and that means continuing those impacts to roll through the entire economy. It's not just gas prices that go up when oil gets more expensive. Plastic costs go up, shipping costs go up. This is a profoundly challenging time, and getting 2/3 of people to agree on much of anything in today's world is a challenge. And what has been expressed before is we have gone to the voters in the last 3 years with a $200 million library bond and with the continuation of our ongoing library parcel tax. The school board within the last 5 years has gone twice to the voters for school bond measures and for a parcel tax. And the community college has gone to the voters for a bond. And we also live at a time when, as much as we have community support for some of these measures, disinformation is almost impossible to combat. People don't read objective news sources much anymore. They look at their social media feed, and just tonight we had claims made by a number of folks innocently who are just flat wrong. There's making up stuff. And we didn't rebut them because we want to be respectful, but there were claims made here in this chamber tonight by public speakers that are factually incorrect. And we're going to have to deal with that. We're going to have people who are going to say this money is going to go for X and Y and Z, even though that won't be true. We're going to have people who are going to say the city's spending money on A, B, and C, although that may not be true. So this is an incredibly difficult time for us to go to the voters. That said, to wait 2 years when we have the potential today, while we're sitting here, of an earthquake that could pancake 2 of our fire stations, that we live in a time of 100-mile-an-hour winds and droughts that can wipe out half of a community. To sit here at a time when affordability means we have 300 people out on our street tonight, sleeping outdoors tonight, even though it's incredibly warm. And we just simply can't. I can face my voters and tell them that we can't afford to fix our streets, bring those 300 people indoors, and invest adequately in our fire department to keep them safe within our existing budget, even if we do economize, even if we do reprioritize. So I'm deeply frustrated that we find ourselves 3 weeks from having to make a decision, but we are where we are. And so I am open to this discussion. I just wish we had had it months ago.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Mr. Lyon.
Thank you, Mayor. So these conversations weigh heavy for all of us, I think. They certainly do for me. We are an incredibly unaffordable city in an incredibly unaffordable state in an unaffordable country. And that problem only gets magnified every day. We are living into the problem of rapacious, conscienceless capitalism, where wages don't keep pace with corporate growth, right? The rich get incredibly richer, and everyone from just above the middle and down is getting poorer. And it is not sustainable. And so every decision we make to add to cost weighs heavy because it makes our city less and less affordable. And yet, there is the reality that we have to continue to provide services, and those services cost money. And in this time, they cost more and more money. And so we have to make hard choices. And the only small comfort, I guess, is that ultimately we don't decide. We decide whether to ask the question of the city, and the city decides what the right thing to do is. The electorate decides. I was very moved and listened very carefully to all of the comments we heard. Some of these priorities are very personal to me and meaningful. But when I look at, last fall we set 5 priorities, and we were united on those, and we have stood united on those. We have not fallen away from those during the budget process. There is only one of those 5 priorities that we have not made really any progress on. So we set aside $2 million for the beginning work of looking for a shelter, that's a big investment. We see a boom right now in affordable housing construction in our city. I hope that continues. We see measures coming from the state to help fund affordable housing. We've made some investment in placemaking. We're not making as much progress as I would like on roads, but we're budgeted now to creep up 1% or 2% a year, which is not enough, but it's progress. But we did not invest in fire. We desperately need it. And for better or for worse, I don't think the timing is great on this. I also don't love that we're getting it late, but I understand how it happened. This is the first big election after the Eaton fire, and people are still very aware of our risk and our vulnerability in this city, but memories are short. And I think if we wait beyond this election to look at fire, we run the risk of not being able to do what we need to do to modernize our city and make sure that we are equipped to meet what is coming. I mean, we are in a week now in this city of above average temperatures. And in the middle of the country, temperatures that are soaring 15 and 20 degrees above normal across the country. Climate change is here, and it is real, and it is in California a grave and present danger. And so we have to invest in upgrading our fire capacity. I'm a little bit agnostic on the means. None of them are great. And the reality, we always talk about sales tax being regressive, but the reality is every flat tax that's set against absolute dollars is regressive. It hits those with less more. And that is true of property taxes too. I think the property tax is probably the way to go here, but I'm persuaded on. But I think for me, I would put the focus solely on fire and modernizing, even though housing is near and dear to my heart, and even though those roads drive me crazy. And I've been at the front of that fight every year, making sure we have enough dollars to make some progress, and I would like to have more. But I think the right thing to do to get this passed is to very narrowly and directly focus it on fire, and that's where I would like for us to be. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Madison. Thank you, Mr. Lyon. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Rivas is first.
Thank you, Mayor, and I think I'm in a very similar place to Councilmember Lyon, and I want to thank you initially for acknowledging our underlying economic system, which is working exactly as intended to concentrate wealth in the hands of the few. I'm not inherently opposed to any of the proposals, but I have very big concerns that we have been, Councilmember Lyon and Cole have set out already. I'm really uncomfortable with having this discussion simply because now's our last chance to do it. I think that's not the ideal way to make policy. I'm really uncomfortable with the fact that staff has pointed out repeatedly that all these options are still very preliminary. We haven't really done our homework, and that's not a criticism of staff. I think that's on us, the council, that we haven't pushed these issues forward so that we are in a better position at this time for this election cycle. And I worry that this would not be setting up whatever we put on the ballot for success. And then once you put something on the ballot, we're not going to go try again 2 years later because we know how that turned out the first time. So I am very reluctant to put anything on the ballot for November. My preference would be to spend the next year or so doing the hard work and being more intentional about, in particular, a real estate transfer tax, a vacancy tax. We're not going to figure those things out in the next couple of weeks. I would, if we are going to do anything, I would be open to something very narrow, I think focusing on fire, because that is something we've been talking about for a decade plus now, probably longer, and we haven't committed significant capital funds to that to rebuild our old and stations that are not seismically safe. We need the training center, and we just haven't made that commitment over, for years. And so now that is something I'd be willing to consider doing, focusing on that narrow need. So that's where I am, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rivas. Mr. Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions just to follow up with staff. I mean, I think it was Mr. Braille who described the transfer tax as a gross receipts tax. And my understanding is he's reading that correctly, that it is a tax on the total sales price that's generated.
That's correct.
Yeah, and that is something I cannot support. ULA in Los Angeles, frankly, has been a disaster. And I don't know if the staff report mentions this, but there's a ballot proposition on the ballot in November to forbid focus taxes like that on the sales of real property. But my biggest question about that, at a time when we're so divided, at a time when there is this growing gap between the haves and have-nots, it lays all the cost that we would impose on a small group of people. And again, I would ask the speakers that spoke in favor of the parcel of the transfer tax, why shouldn't we all contribute
our fair share toward this problem, if indeed it's one that needs addressing. So I'm gratified to hear some of my colleagues speak in support of something focused and that would focus on the parcel tax. I don't want to dwell on this if it's a non-issue, but the transfer tax, and it was hard for me in the staff report, and I think this is just the nature of the beast, but the transfer tax model was presented as a percentage of sales price. But the parcel tax model was presented as an amount per square foot. So it's kind of apples to oranges. But if you assume, just back of the envelope, you assume $1,000 per square foot for real estate in Pasadena, maybe too high, maybe too low in some cases. By my calculation, the transfer tax is some 20 to 30 times higher. So what you're doing is you're taking the entire cost. They were correct that the staff report does say it's $26 million for transfer tax, $30 million for the parcel tax. But the difference is how it's spread out. And what you're doing in the transfer tax model is you're taking a small percentage of the community and requiring them to pay 20 to 30 times what we would all pay, and not in a real dollar or flat rate sense, but rather based on the value of our real property holding. None of this is perfect, but to me, that's the most equitable way. And again, we're going to the voters on it. And so if the voters support it, and I'm confident they will. You know, I'm not always right about this, but in the last cycle where we had 6 ballot amendments locally, and I understand the concerns about the statewide ballot and all the requests for funding, and our residents have pretty consistently trusted us when we've gone to them and said, this is something we need that we'll manage, not Sacramento, not the County Hall of Administration down in LA, but we will manage this and we will deliver to you these goods and services that our community needs. You know, I think in the last cycle, and probably blind luck has something to do with this, but I was 6-0 on the ballot propositions before the city in this community in terms of what our voters did. It was the same position that I took on all 6. And I'm cautiously optimistic that we can pass this too. And we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good and study it for another year or two, or, you know, engage in more introspection. You know, we felt those fires last year. There's still great concern in the community about that. And, you know, Shakespeare famously said there's a tide in the affairs of humankind, which taken at the flood leads on to fortune. Omitted, you missed the window. And all this is that window. And again, it may not be perfect, but it's something that we should do. I just have to say, we are not ignoring the homelessness. And it's sheer demagoguery to suggest that we're doing that as a city. I'll just give one example. The 710 homes in my district that we are selling, those funds are going directly into our homeless fund to be used to provide homeless relief. We have an aggressive affordable housing zoning provision, and we do a lot to address the homeless. And sometimes I feel like speakers feel like that's a finite problem, that if we'll just do this much more, that then the problem will end. And it would not end. That is a problem of regional and statewide mammoth significance. And we are doing extremely well as a city. And there's a lot of room for improvement. And I hope to lead us in that direction as well, and with my colleagues here on the council. But I just can't let these statements go uncorrected that we're not doing anything for affordable housing because of the amount that we take from our general fund. That is only one snapshot that doesn't do justice to the entire picture. And I think, you know, we talked about transparency earlier. If one supports public safety, then one should support this. And if not, that should be stated, that I don't support more investment in public safety. as opposed to arguments about whether or not it'll pass. No one knows that. We should survey that. We should work around the clock from now until the meeting where we have to put it on the ballot, and then make the best judgment we can at that time. But that's the leadership that we need, is to move in that direction. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. Before I make, Mr. Cole, you're in the queue before I, but there really is no need. But go ahead.
Mr. Madison, I would respectfully ask you to withdraw your comments that if someone doesn't vote for this, they are not in favor of public safety.
Never said that.
Oh, what did you say?
I said, if the reason that you're not supporting it is you don't want to invest more in public safety, then one should say that. If anyone disagrees with that, you're right, but it's wrong. It would be wrong to do that.
I don't know anyone here who is against public safety.
That's not what I said.
Right.
All right, so.
Okay. All right, so that's helpful clarification. Because my concern, I spoke a year ago during the budget discussions as we were setting priorities about the need to fund the 10-year strategic plan, and that we needed to put a measure on the ballot. And apparently that led to staff work that's culminated today. But we didn't hear about it for 6 months. And we have the pulse of the public, and here's a place where I vehemently agree with Mr. Madison. Leadership matters. If we're not prepared to support this fully, and I believe unanimously, it's going to be very difficult to convince the public because of all of the factors that I've laid out. We're going to have to take some leadership here, and if we're not prepared to do that, I don't think this wins. And so,
Councilmember Cole, I would like to disagree with that statement because the last two
Hold on.
ballots were not supported by the
Mr. Hampton.
one
at a time.
I take
One at a time.
I take his point. I think that we're in a different time and a different situation. So, but you're absolutely right, Mr. Hampton. So, I am prepared to support a parcel tax for fire for the reasons that have been articulated around here. But I think if it's not like we can push this boat out onto the lake and hope it gets to the other side by the wind blowing it, because I don't think that's going to happen. It's going to have to happen that we make the case in the next 3 months in a very difficult environment that this urgency of fire danger, earthquake danger, and medical emergency realities that we need to invest in our fire department. I, as Mr. Madison often says, I yield to no one in my support for affordable housing and for tackling homelessness. It was a centerpiece of my campaign. I just think that a transfer tax is more complicated than we can sort through, and we can have that discussion, at a different time. I don't agree with all of the points made, but I think we cannot win that argument in 90 days. We can't even have a coherent argument in 90 days. I do think we can have a coherent argument in 90 days about the fire. And I would like to be able to say, at least from this seat, that if it doesn't pass, we have to make some very deep cuts in other things that we care about, because I don't think we can postpone forever making our fire stations safe to withstand an earthquake, to have enough fire coverage in our city to respond to disasters
that can wipe out half of our community. I can't imagine how deep those cuts will be and how painful and unpopular those cuts would be. But I think that if the voters are not willing to support this, we have to make this a priority. I hope that the voters will support this. I think it's a very tough sell, and it's going to take some real leadership from the folks around this dais. That's my opinion.
I agree with you on that point. I'm where Mr. Lyon is, having a focused effort on fire. I mean, there is no question in my mind that that is the priority in the fire department. We saw what the fire did to our community, our region. We saw clearly that the need is there. And we have talked about for some time about the fire stations and the need to rebuild those fire stations. Just this last weekend, we had a couple of earthquakes just north of us, very, very close proximity to the San Andreas Fault, 4.3, in the range of 4.3. Two of them, back to back, Saturday, I think it was Saturday night and Sunday morning. And so, not rebuilding our fire stations and having them ready to serve and having them, importantly, be safe for the very people we would rely upon in an emergency is unacceptable to me. And we agreed during the budget discussions that we would bring that back. And here we are having the discussion. And I support that. I think putting, as somebody described, I consider it putting too many ornaments on the Christmas tree ultimately makes the Christmas tree potentially lean or even fall over.
Or become a fire hazard.
Or become a fire hazard, yeah. And, I think there's room for discussion on the other issues. There's, always an opportunity to call an election, although that would be costly, and we'd have to think that through. But, to simply go forward with tax measures right now that are beyond fire and what I believe the residents of Pasadena understand is a real need would be problematic. We have a presidential election coming up in 2 years. Is it 2? Yeah, 2 years. And historically, that's where we get the most turnout from people. And that may be a time to prepare ourselves and go to a broader swath of the voters and say, this is what, once we develop a plan, these are the needs, this is what we will do with the dollars, and stick to it. And I think we've done a very good job, and voters have come to trust us, residents have come to trust us in Pasadena, because that's what we've done in the past. And that's what we should do now and in the future. The housing issue is and the homeless issue are very, very complex issues. They are regional and statewide issues, and we are taking action on those issues. As Mr. Lyon points out, the five priorities that we laid out, we've taken action. And sometimes things don't move as quickly as we'd like them to, but they are moving, and residents should know that. But fire is something, something that we have to move with expedience on. And so I'm prepared to support a very focused effort to rebuild our fire stations. And I'm told each station would be 35 million for a new station. To rebuild stations is a different price. And so we just have to lay out the facts to voters. And again, all we're asking, we'd be asking voters to do is to consider, to accept our recommendation, and then vote. But it will require a concerted effort on the part of every member of this council. And so I do believe we need to be united as a group and make the argument. Anyone else?
Just really briefly, not on the parcel tax, but on the parking tax. Is there appetite for the parking tax for our roads? Because these fire trucks will need smooth paved roads to get from emergency to emergency. So, and the parking tax is very low hanging, and I see that winning with that should pass very easily.
There is in
that should pass. I'm just saying that it's like a TOT. People will vote for that.
I'm open to it. I do think we should be focused, but if it's the will
The
of the
two
council-
separate taxes, that's
right,
what I'm
right,
saying.
right. The
Okay.
parking tax, we have done a tremendous job, over generations in Pasadena, preserving and protecting a city that, and in some cases building, that is attractive for people to come visit and, live in, and people have done that. And importantly, to conduct business. Property owners, commercial property owners, have benefited from that. And so there is a very strong argument that a parking tax is in order. And I'm prepared to consider that if there's an appetite to consider it. But I want us to be unified. Mr. Lyon?
Thank you. So there are some things about a parking tax that are appealing in the idea that it may serve as a disincentive to driving, which we need in the city. We need people to choose to be out of their cars. But my sense is, I don't have the same sense that it would be immediately popular with people. People are not delighted by our recent choices around parking meters, even though they are helpful to business to make sure that spaces turn over. People don't really understand that. We haven't done a great job of making the case for those. More than that, we have to make sure we stay a business-friendly city because that's what drives revenue ultimately, right? I have seen where we have challenges in being a business-friendly city. All you have to do is walk down South Lake in my district and see the vacant storefronts. So anything that risks sort of undercutting that piece of our stability, I think I would not support. Although, I don't know, I could have the conversation. I would not be for putting it on this same ballot because I think if you put two measures on, you're going to have some portion of the electorate that's going to say no to both, or that's going to pick them against each other. All right, I'll do this one, but not that one. And when you're trying to get to 2/3 of the vote, I don't think we can afford to pick off 1% or 2%. So I wouldn't be for putting it on this ballot.
I'm not, no, I'll wait for Councilmember Cole and then I'll respond.
Mr. Cole?
I'm with Mr. Hampton on I consider the parking tax a no-brainer. I'm with Mr. Mayor that we need unanimity to make something like that fly. And it doesn't appear that we have that. So I will confine this motion to one I hope we have consensus for, and if we don't, I think that's highly problematic. I move that we instruct the staff to prepare a parcel tax measure, and that we develop as fine a grained expenditure plan as possible so we can decide whether it's 17 cents a square foot, 24 cents a square foot, 13 cents a square foot, et cetera. Because I think that's also key. People are going to wonder, how much is this going to cost me and what am I going to get? I just looked back in October of 2023 as a planning commissioner. I was talking about the 181 million the city estimates it needs to bring our fire stations up to modern standards. I'm not new to this cause. I've stated my extreme reluctance to wade into this at this late date, but I also believe, as all of you do, that this is a matter of life and death, a matter of public safety. And so I move that we ask staff to prepare for a measure for the November ballot.
Mayor, I'm prepared to second the motion with some clarifications. I think Mr. Cole had made a motion previously. Is that motion withdrawn in this one?
I didn't hear
I
it.
thought I heard him say he was moving previously, so I must have misheard. By the granulated sort of analysis, is that as to on the revenue side or the cost side or both?
Both.
Okay.
Because I think
So
we
then
have
that will-
we have the mayor, we have the strategic plan from the fire chief. I think that should be the basis of it.
Well, I'm not sure that includes all the things even that were talked about tonight. So I want to make sure that it includes 33 and 37, the new station, the fire headquarters, and fire training center. And again, it may end up being a cafeteria plan that we don't opt to do certain things, or we decide we can't do those things.
Yeah, a couple of
as
those
well
were
as the other
optional.
things that staff has.
Right, a
has
couple of
already
those were
approved.
optional, I think, in the original plan, but we definitely have the figures to include them. Right.
Mr. Madison, that's consistent with my motion is we
Great.
get that back so we can make those
Right.
decisions.
Thank you. So second.
The chief just stepped in. Chief, I do have one question that I neglected to ask. The training center that we use at the moment is where?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The current training center is via our lease with PUSD at Jefferson.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I conflating it with the police department, Rio Hondo. You're right. But I guess what I'm driving at is, we can't be the only fire department that doesn't have, in the area, that doesn't have a training center. Have there been any discussions around a permanent training center, around joining forces with other cities to have, much like we do with the airport, joint powers authorities for housing, to have a joint training center, with Arcadia, Monrovia, other cities that will have the same need, Burbank.
The U.S. Forest Service, ANF in Arcadia is getting ready to build a large training center right at their headquarters off the 210 in Arcadia. Arcadia Fire will have that. Glendale and Alhambra have received previously grants to help them with their training center, which is why we're able to use it as a regional resource. The amount of UASI and SHISHIP grants have gone down from 24 million to 11 million in the last 5 years. So there's just not dollars for the amount that we would need for a training center. The best progress we've made is with PCC. As we've worked with them on them developing a wildland academy, utilizing space at Jefferson with a long-term goal of partnering with them on a training facility, but that could easily be 8 to 10 years away.
Yeah. And, you know, I know PCC has done a great job of partnering with us. I would like to see us coordinate with PCC. They too have a bond measure. They too, and will have something going forward on the ballot. And so I do think that there's an opportunity to co-locate, if you will, a training center. And so I would ask that we do that as well.
Mayor, if I could just follow up, I think the nuance here is that Jefferson is not live fire training.
I understand.
And whereas Glendale is, and that's what I'm talking about when I say, and it's no mean feat. You have to find a place where that is appropriate. Yeah. But I'm confident from my conversations with the chief and others that we can find that here.
Yeah, that's, and we've had that in the core of the city before at 33s. We had at Station 33 is for the public, it's at Lake and Villa. We have the tower there. And so, you know, there's precedent for having it in Pasadena. And so this would not be something new. Okay, Mr. Hampton?
Not to, well, to belabor the point of the parking tax because it is low hanging, how would that work? Every time someone parks in Pasadena, what would be the percentage? I mean, it wasn't really elaborated here. So at our finance meeting, you elaborated on it. Here was just a conversation and it was kind of like passed over a little bit. So maybe you could just talk more about it. Like every time the Rose Plaza event, would we receive parking, a percentage of that from every car that's parked there every time?
Can you bring the PowerPoint up for us, please?
Every time another organization has an event in the city of Pasadena, we would receive a percentage of that parking.
Sure. So when we looked at the initial analysis to consider, I'll let Karen find the slide. I can't talk and do the slides at the same time. Yeah, the exemptions. So when we looked at it, we were looking at a potential 10% tax. So if somebody paid $10 to park, then it'd be $1 tax. And then it would be up to the operator to decide if they were going to raise fees by the dollar or absorb it through the gross receipts. The biggest thing that we saw in other cities was what they chose to exempt from a parking tax. And our recommendation for the council, if it came forward, is that we'd propose leaving the exemption framework to be designated later via resolution rather than in a ballot measure, because it's likely that we would need to refine that over time. But the idea is that it would be charged for generally all off-street parking, so not parking meters, but all off-street parking. That would include all paid parking. Similar to a hotel, you'd exempt parking spaces that were secured for 30 days or longer, so long-term parking is generally exempted in other organizations. And then if parking was lumped into a total cost and wasn't itemized, then you wouldn't generally be able to collect on that either.
So all the valet services that we have in the city would have to pay a percentage. And I frequent lots of cities, and our parking, and I'm very, supportive of our businesses in the whole entire city, but our parking charges are reasonable in comparison when I go downtown, if I go to Arcadia, even Arcadia is charging more in parking than we are. Glendale, if you go around the Grove, et cetera, significantly higher. And I don't know if they have a parking tax in any of these cities, but even with a parking tax, we would still be below what the market is. And I think just personally, I mean, it'd have to come back to us anyways, and we could vote it down. But I think bringing both items in a week, or is it gonna come back to us in 2 weeks or a week from now?
Well, we could come back next Monday with additional information if there was immediate follow-up. Like, for example, we could come back and talk about the fire expenditure plan next week because we have all that data. But our proposal would be to come back the first Monday in August with the actual resolutions for the council to consider actually putting something on the ballot.
I think it's worthy of us having the discussion and not saying, let's not talk about it today, or, you know, maybe next week the idea changes and everybody's like, oh my gosh, this is horrible. And all the businesses come out and say, no, we don't want you to do that. And that's fair, but I think the discussion should be had. I mean, one of our top priorities is making sure that our roads are paved.
I'll make a motion after we dispose of this one, and
Oh,
we'll
yeah,
see what
that's fine.
what people have to say about it.
You mean, okay, so let's,
This is just the parcel?
yeah, this is just the fire.
This is just fine right now.
Yeah. So there's a motion and a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, that matters.
Roll call.
Oh, a roll call, okay. Let's have a roll call. Roll call.
This is for the parcel tax. Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Yes.
Motion is unanimously approved.
That's right. If you want to make a motion to keep the parking tax as part of the discussion, I'll second it for the purposes of discussion around the table.
Make a motion to keep the parking tax a part of the discussion for when we come back. You said in 2 weeks or a week, or next week, sorry, for next week.
Yeah, we can come back next week and discuss cities and what specifically other cities do for parking tax and whatnot, to talk about more how it could work, things like that.
Mayor, I'm going to oppose the motion. I am obviously interested in studying all the alternatives, but we've already agreed that we've all got to get behind unanimously the one thing that may work. And now, by even docketing for another discussion, another form of tax, it's going to create poor messaging in terms of what we're doing. So I can't support that motion.
Okay.
That's fair. That's your perspective, but it's going to be a crowded ballot anyhow, so.
Yeah, I think there's nothing wrong in having the discussion. You know, I still stand by, you know, that's our opportunity next week. All Mr. Hampton and the motion contemplates is that we have a discussion here on the public record and get the facts. And if we can't agree next week, or we agree to put it off to another time, then that's what we agree.
Yeah, so if we're very, very clear that we just
Yeah.
have asked for more information
Yeah.
on this additional item, that's one thing. I don't want to see a headline tomorrow that council approved 2 ballot tax measures for the ballot, because that's not what's happening. But if we want to have a further conversation about what it could look like and whether we have any, I don't know if we have any polling putting the 2 together, but they will cannibalize each other.
Yeah.
Well,
I can say that
passed two.
we don't, and we wouldn't be
Same
able
time.
to. Get
Right, we don't have that, right? So we can have a further conversation about it?
Yeah. Look, I view it in the same spirit that Mr. Cole raised earlier, you know, having more information for the public is better. And, you know, we can have the discussion about staff reports. I think they're pretty thorough, but we can certainly ask the staff to look at that. And I think we can also have a discussion about the pros and cons and the timing of a parking tax, and then make a decision.
And to Councilmember Lyons' point about, you know, the headlines for tomorrow's, for anyone who's using AI, tonight's work is actually, you know, Pasadena Now. When you write this, tonight's work is us actually just bringing it back. And that's actually both items. So we haven't actually approved anything yet.
I like you called them right out.
Yeah,
We're just going to be clear with.
That's
with
true.
it, you know?
that's a good point. Yeah.
I would make a distinction. We are asking the staff to, by our previous motion, to prepare a ballot measure. That doesn't mean we have taken a vote to put it on the ballot. It means we've taken a vote for them to bring it back for us to take a vote. This other motion, which is on the floor, which I've seconded, is simply to have a further discussion about whether to ask the staff to prepare a ballot measure.
Yeah, that's the difference. We're just asking for more information.
Yep.
That's it. Okay.
You want to do a roll call?
Yeah, roll call.
This is to keep the parking tax as part of the discussion for the November general election ballot. Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Did you want to clarify?
Well, yeah, I think what we said is bring back more information. We've directed the staff
To come back next week.
come back with ballot, to come back next week and start preparing ballot,
That other one is August 3rd.
August 3rd, but to start the work. Are we in
sorry,
agreement?
On the other one.
On the other one, on the fire.
What's happening? Are you restating the motion? 'Cause
No,
that
I
was
want
the
to,
motion
I'm
that was
clarifying.
made.
I'm clarifying.
No, but that was the motion. The clerk just read the motion that was made.
And I have the right
And
to
you're
clarify.
mid-vote, And, well, clarifying what?
I
That was the
want to make,
motion that was made.
I want to make sure that what we're agreeing, that at least from my perspective, that what I'm voting on is we're taking action on the fire, and directing the staff. Yeah, and this is just bringing
That
back
wasn't
more
the motion.
information.
That was not the motion that was made.
I understand, but
The motion
The
was to bring
motion-
back more information.
it was to bring back more information.
That wasn't the motion either. The clerk read the motion the way it was worded.
Well, that's the way I understood the
Exactly.
motion.
Well, that's different, and you should vote per your understanding, but, I
Well,
mean,
Mr.
the
Madison,
clerk read the
I have-
motion that was made.
So let me state the question to the clerk. Is that your understanding of the motion, Mr. Clerk?
The way I heard the motion was to keep the parking tax discussion to continue next week with more information to come back next week.
Potentially be on the November ballot, which I think
So
is a
that-
pretty big
Yeah.
piece of it,
And-
which is why I
and
will be opposed.
So that's why I want to clarify that, what I heard and what I would support is bringing back more information. I did not, I don't want to support
I'm not sure.
putting it on the ballot at this moment
No,
because.
it's not to put it on the ballot.
Right.
To bring back more information so that.
Right.
You got,
To consider putting it on the ballot.
And that's what I want to clarify, because if that's what we're being asked to do, I'm not prepared to support the motion. So I understand my options, Mr. Madison, but.
You can't change a motion.
I'm
once
not
it's
changing the
been
motion,
voted
I'm
on.
clarifying, Mr. Madison, as I've stated.
Yeah, so this
but
is an
thank you.
important clarification. I understood the motion to be like a step back from what we did
Right.
on the last item. On the last item, we said we're moving forward with preparing the thing
Resolution.
for the ballot. Now,
Right.
we may or may not actually pass the resolution, but we're preparing it for the ballot. This is about having a further conversation about whether we want to do
Yeah.
that, right?
Right.
Is that right?
Yeah.
But
Okay.
we're having it in a timely fashion next week because we may put it on the ballot.
That's right.
correct.
Oh, and if
For
you-
consideration for the
Right.
ballot still.
Right.
Yes, for
Okay.
the
And
we're
general
not just-
election ballot in November.
We're not
That's
just
what I
rushing
heard.
it back next week for fun. It's to
Right.
be considered.
Well, is-
Or to be potentially on the November ballot.
Mr. Hampton, was that, do you want information or
Because it's not
potential
time
action?
sensitive. It doesn't
More
come back next
information.
week.
and if we decide that we want to put on November ballot next week, then we can decide to
Okay,
do that.
if that's what if that's
But
what,
this is more information.
okay. With the option of placing it on the ballot,
Well, you could-
that's all I want to clarify. With the
Well,
option of
that would-
placing,
That would be an action item anyways, right? I mean, that'd be actionable for next week. So
information
if-
items are different than
if
action
those
items.
that have a-
That's why I'm trying to clarify.
Oh, you're saying this is an informational only
Wait, do
item?
we even need to take a vote, or
Yeah.
can we just give staff direction?
Yeah, that's-
To come back with additional information next week.
Good, if that's the
That's
I
motion.
think
fine.
that
Let's
might
just
be
come back
better
with more
than
information for
taking a
next week.
vote, is
Yeah.
just,
I object either way.
Okay, with potential action. So that's all I'm clarifying. Okay, so, roll call?
wait,
Oh,
do we need a roll call?
It's informational. It's
well, that, okay. Is it informational or is it for potential action?
Obviously,
It matters on the agenda. If it's for an information item, then that's an information
Right.
item. If it's for action, then it's an action item. That's all.
I just think maybe we could just continue this discussion next week, right? I think we're going to have trouble with the vote here.
Okay.
Motion to continue this discussion.
I'll agendize it for potentially, I'll talk to the city manager about how to agendize it. Okay, thank you.
So this item's,
That's what's clear.
okay, by consensus.
So I take it, Mr. Clerk, the
I'm
motion's been withdrawn, and the maker and the second are fine with that, and we're going to
Yeah, we're just gonna bring it back next week as part of this discussion.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right,
Thank you.
all right.
I'm sorry. All right, so we are done with item 16, and we're moving on to item 18, which is a ordinance.
Do we want to put that on? Do we want to table that?
This is the ordinance, this is first reading of an ordinance.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is
Yeah.
this is the GEO bond.
Okay.
So this is an ordinance of the City of Pasadena authorizing the setting of the fiscal year 2026, 2027 tax rate for the city's general obligation bonds, the Central Library Project, approved by the voters at the November 5th, 2024 statewide general election, and requesting and authorizing the County of Los Angeles to levy a tax on all real property in the City of Pasadena as a voter-approved levy with respect to said bonds.
I'll offer the ordinance.
Okay, Mr. Madison. Offered. Councilmember Cole left. 10:06. Okay, so Councilmember Cole is absent. Councilmember Hampton.
Yes.
Councilmember
Is back.
Councilmember Cole is back and says yes. Councilmember Hampton said yes. Councilmember Jones is absent. Councilmember Lyon.
Yes.
Councilmember Madison.
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas.
Yes.
Mayor Gordo.
Yes.
The ordinance has been successfully conducted for first reading. And did
So
you?
this item here, I voted yes on it the last time this came to us. I've got a lot of correspondence from some of my commissioners. And so I have decided I'm going to be voting no on this item, and I think we should leave it the way it is. And if council members want to make changes, they need to make them on their own. I've been doing my job. I think it's up to council members to do theirs.
Agreed. Any comments? Roll call?
I suggest we hold this, we don't have a full count.
We just had a full council. Where'd they go?
Well, I think Mr. Jones is gone for the evening.
Unless someone else is changing their mind on it.
Move to table.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion to table item 19. Cole and Lyon, table.
We would take that as a substitute motion? Is that what you're?
Motion table is always in order and it's non-debatable.
Like a secondary motion.
This is to table item 19. Councilmember Cole?
Wait, before we vote, can I just ask?
You can't, okay.
I can't what?
You can ask a question, there's no debate, but you can ask a question.
No, I'm not going to debate. I'm just going to ask that if the motion carries, when it comes back, can we be really clear about what alternative we voted on the first time and what the second reading is of? The staff report still includes all the alternatives, and it was confusing to me, so I can only imagine for the community how they would interpret it. It should be crystal clear. This was what the first reading was on, and this is now.
So you're requesting a new fact sheet, and I'm looking at the city attorney's, Dean O'Connell will prepare it. You're looking for a new fact sheet that just describes what this ordinance will have. And it's alternative A.
And it's fine to include the backup if you want, so
Yeah.
people can see.
It would just be a,
But it'd be better
a
to
new
call it
fact
out
sheet.
with a dated staff report of the date of the meeting.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay,
so this is to table the item. Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
No.
Councilmember Jones is absent. Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda? Yes. Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
no.
So the motion to table is successful, 5 in favor, 2 against, 1 absent. So this will come back next week
Okay,
with a new fact sheet that'll describe as, yeah, no,
okay.
and
We'll vote again next week.
that completes the agenda, Mayor.
Okay, so, again, thank you, everyone, and we'll see you all next week.
Okay.
Now the post-credit scene, you ready?
I just felt like you had to applaud.
Is that